It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery!
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. B3CCA, bitch. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my ops must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too hotty.
SDL with the $sign ho.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face tat, ass tat, say that.
2 bad bitches, 1 hot track.
Haters got no grip, that's priceless. Haters got no bitches, that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us.
You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight? Let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom.
SDL with the $sign ho.
B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the East, now on top of the charts.
We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts.
Coral.
Back in SDL, bitch. Back in SDL, that's perfection.
Me and Steph are the dream that's inception.
Face tat, fat ass, big money, say that.
2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. It's two bad bitches, one hot track. Two bad bitches, one hot track. P3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the East, now on top of the charts. We're spending our cash and breaking your heart.
Two bad bitches, one hot track. Spec a bitch. We're about to get vile. Yeah. I'm a prom queen, but I keep to myself, stacking high green. You're in debt to your health. AARP. Ain't shit old but my wealth. And my oppie's getting dumber every day. Ha! Up in the
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, and it's a late one. Yeah, I'm your host, the late Phil Marks. Yeah. And yeah, I was enjoying my Saturday, guys. What can I say? It's there's grass to touch. It's actually 6 o'clock over here, so I know for some of you guys it's like 8 already and shit. So you're like, oh man, where's Phil? But yeah, your guys' daylight savings time just jumps you up ahead of me like 2 hours or whatever. Guys, here's Phil Marks Out, my new channel. Make sure you check it out. My Daredevil episode 3 review is out there. But that's not why you're here. You're here to hear me plug about at Pro Wrestle Clips on YouTube is almost at 6,200 subs. So you guys are goated for that. I'll give you a 1,800 of you fools are subscribed on the Pro Wrestle Times channel, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. And yeah, we're in Phil Marks Big Mix. So let's just jump into all of this like right away, you know, because I've kept you guys waiting. I hope you're doing well. If you're a member, I implore you, myself and Grapple Vision, one of the goats, okay, in the IWC YouTube sphere, if you will, okay? He's just one of the goats, man. And Gary came on the show. We did a members. I promised you guys a member stream, so we recorded a pod. But we're just like, no, we're gonna do a pod because listen, if I upload that drama-ridden bullshit to Spotify, no one's even gonna know what I'm talking about. You know, it's more of like a live show thing almost. But so me and Gary recorded that. It was gonna be PWT Pod 90, which I explained in that members only stream why there hasn't been a PWT pod in a while. Right? Like I explain it fully there. So guys, go check that out. And yeah, the reason we did it members was to save people some more humiliation, further humiliation. And also because I did promise you guys a member stream. And then because of all the shit, it just was a distraction. I wasn't able to do it. So I was like, you know what? The members get this. The first appearance of Grapple Vision. And I want his first like appearance on Spotify and that to be like where we're talking about content, man. This guy's got so many stories. Okay. And, you know, the thing that we're speaking about is just bullshit, you know, because people are fucking with us and trying to fuck with Grapple Vision's channel and stuff like that. But anyways, that's a whole, go check out that member stream. Phil Marks AMA member stream is coming out this week or whatever, where it's an AMA, okay? So again, consider becoming a member. It's 99 cents, and that's how you support what I do. And yeah, I'm bringing back the once a week members only shows or whatever. So just expect either a live stream or like a drop, a pre-recorded drop for members only once a week. Okay. Anyways, it's only 4:17 in Alaska. Okay. So we got a lot to get to tonight. You know what I mean? It's midnight in the UK. All right, that's not bad. A little late night PWT. You know what I mean? Here, let's see here. Yeah, so everybody run the likes up. We're gonna beg for 100 here. I'm sure there would be you know, there's well over 100 of you guys watching across both channels, so I thank you so much, and we'll just dive right into things, okay? And I'm sure more will flood in as the night goes on, because again, we started late. Maybe I should have did this one on X as well. I'm doing like one stream a week on X. I don't know. I want to do a Saturday night one on there. Saturday night, and I like the way you move. Be my baby. So okay, yeah, dude. Tonight we have some funny stuff. Okay. You know, we have Dave Meltzer, as you guys see the title. He gets called out for lying again about, you know, Jade Cargill and Shayna Baszler beef. Also, Dave's making stuff about WWE ID program that he gets caught making up and proven to be a fucking idiot by actual wrestlers and the actual people involved. What else? We have a fake wrestler who lied and like faked this whole wrestling, like he's getting a tryout with WWE and stuff. It's actually hilarious and cute and kind of sad at some points, but it's pretty goddamn funny. We're gonna get into that. His name's Jay Titan. I don't know if you guys have heard about this guy, but had me fucking rolling. What else, man? Lots of hot news. Tony Khan has no plan for AW, as we're gonna see, and we're gonna hear from our good friend Brian Alvarez's own Chicken Lips. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we're going. Someone, LOL, who? Yeah, exactly. So, guys, run those likes up. You can consider becoming a member like eGudy87. Okay? Consider becoming a member. It's only 99 cents. Support what I do, and then super chats and that are welcome, obviously. But just hit the like, hit the dislike, leave a comment, all that good shit. Okay, let's get into some hot news. Okay, let's go over here because I want to share this. So we have some UFC MMA news quickly. Let's share this tab. And bowling shoe ugly for Triller right now. So $130 million market cap. The BKFC equity that Triller holds is worth at least 3 times the $130 million figure. What a disaster. Bankruptcy is a certainty. The interesting part is who gets their hands on BKFC. My prediction is TKO will buy BKFC. Maybe not, but I could see them doing it. And the reason I bring this to the show is because Triller, AEW's stuff is still on Triller. Right? It was crashing out last time, and it's just been plummeting ever since. And this isn't like a shot at AEW or anything, but at the same token, everyone was like, what? They're still doing a thing with Triller? And then look where it's going. And then BKFC, I bring it to the show because I think they're going to be acquired by TKO, if I had to guess. Right? Because they own boxing, power slap. Why wouldn't they own bare knuckle fighting? Like, this thing's taking off. It's huge. You know, they're already in business partnership with Conor McGregor and that. So, yeah. And I bring this to the show just to tell you, like, if you guys are watching WWE's YouTube, they're showing PBR, like pro bull riding on, right? And people are going to turn on that shit. Even though WWE has 1 billion subs, they have like 500 people watching PBR, and UFC tried to do that with Power Slap, right? Now, I'm not saying WWE's YouTube is going to start showing bare knuckle, but we're starting to see the crossovers, and it would just fit the mold of like what TKO is trying to do with boxing and everything. So just something to keep your eye on if you're into this kind of nerdy shit. You know, I'm not into the fucking quarter hours and stuff, but you know, I'm into the dollars and the cents when it comes to some stuff like this. So yeah, I definitely just wanted to bring that to the show. Somebody here, let's head over to this tab. Somebody shared this with me, Luis Ramirez. Why didn't I ever see this before? Jesus Christ. I knew she played a flute too. We should have had it we should have had this photoshopped into something already. I don't know where we didn't lock this down before. Someone in chat says, is PVZ still bare knuckle boxing? Yeah, she's doing everything as far as I'm concerned. I doubt she'll have another bare knuckle fight, but yeah. So this is just all light news, guys. Okay, light news. Let's see here. What's next? So TNA, we got quite a bit, but we'll go into miscellaneous first this week. Because there's quite a bit in here too. My word. Okay, so Let's share this tab here. Okay, chat. So wrestling is fun. What do you guys think of this, chat? You all let me know. So FTR Follow the Revolution is like, Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland's match at WXW 16 Karat Gold 9 years ago today. I think this maybe could be a sicko segment, but anyways. Will be remembered for the astonishing dance that erupted during the bout. Wrestling can be so fun. So it's here. Let's watch. Here's Swerve and Ospreay. Bro, back in the day. Okay, so I didn't actually see this until quite recently. So you all let me know in chat what you think about stuff like this. Rich Swan's like, you're all stealing my shit. He's like, I already did all this shit, fools. He goes, not a single woman in the building as they all clap and fawn over 2 men. I don't know, dude. I see some women right here, but I can't. Oh shit. Dancing with the Stars, dancing for Meltzer Stars, dancing with the Meltzer Stars, dude. Fucking hilarious, bro. Hallelujah. Woo! Woo! So they start hitting the whip and the nay-nay and the... You guys into this or what? Was anyone here in the building? And then they start fighting. But then they actually start doing the fucking house party dance. Oh my god, just the and then just where like he fucks up the kick, like the sweep, the leg sweep. You know, the timing was off. It just Jesus. Yeah, chat. How does that make you feel inside when you see that? the fucking chat. Oh my god. Kevin Nash. Oh, Diesel's in here. If they are going to fucking Nerds YMCA dead. It's so funny. Speaking of Ospreay, JD is a bigger draw than him on CVV. Yeah, don't worry. We cover all that. Yeah, I thought that was just cute. So Miro and CJ Perry renew their wedding vows after, you know, getting publicly separated. And then CJ Perry was in like TikToks with Damian Priest, and everyone was like, oh shit. And now they're renewing their vows. They're both, you know, dogs without bones right now. Or they were dogs without bones. Now they're like dogs without homes, I guess, right? Because neither of them are in AEW. Neither of them are in WWE. Neither company is really, I don't think, clamoring to get either of these two back because they both come with a hefty price tag as individuals. And yeah, I would go to TNA and just I would just call myself Miroslav Rusev. I think his real name's Miroslav. I think, if I'm not wrong about that. Miro Rusev. Let me look up his real name really quick. Yeah, Miroslav Petrov Barnyashev. So I would just say I'm Miroslav Rusev, right? And I would fucking go to TNA and I'd call Lana or Lana Rusev or just CJ Perry, whatever she wants to be called, but just call yourself Lana if WWE will let you. I guarantee that's one phone call away too. Oh, I don't know if I can use that name. Vince is gone. Just pick up the phone, call Triple H. You can just be Lana, or don't be Lana, be CJ Perry Rusev, whatever, just CJ Perry, whatever, and just bring back Like, you just come out looking hot and talk for him and just have him come out and go, oh, and just Bulgaria smash and fucking win the title there. I think that would be awesome, honestly. And then that door's open for a WWE return as well through that, that pathway. But I don't even really, WWE's so bloated right now. Like, yeah, would I love Miro to come in and be like the reigning dominant US champion? Sure. But do we need that though? No. We don't need it, but I'm a huge Rusev fan, and I think if it was me, if I had all the monies, I'd be bringing Rusev back 100%. There's guys like, you need guys to do jobs, but there's some people on the main roster where, even in WWE, where I'm like, yeah, Miro could take their spot 100%, but and then you got to bring Lana in too, or like, you don't have to, but she wants to. When she was in AEW, she kept tweeting at WWE people publicly, like, hey, this was all like da 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 da, and you could just tell she was uncertain there. And they both apparently thought they were getting some big push. That didn't happen, but good for them. Like, love will keep us together, like they're just keeping the damn thing going. So shout them out. Maple Leaf Pro, they sold out back-to-back nights. This went down. Fucking Latimer took on Pestock. I didn't watch this whole event. I still haven't seen Evolve from this week, and I saw like the first 10 minutes, and I still didn't see TNA Sacrifice entirely. Now, we will talk about some TNA Sacrifice stuff, but I didn't catch it all entirely. Your boy is busy, okay? So I will talk about stuff from Sacrifice, but I'm not going to review it because I don't fully know. I saw SmackDown, which the crowd was just... It was a great crowd. But we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, make sure you guys are checking out Maple Leaf Pro. They're putting on great matches. This card is stacky, but you got fucking Kylie Ray over here, Giselle Shaw, you got Tom Latimer and Bishop Dyer or Tom Pestock or fucking Baron Corbin. You got Kushida, you got QT Marshall, I guess, right? And yeah, Serena D, Mike Bennett was on this thing. I mean, just something to check out if you're a wrestling fan, indie wrestler arrested after stripping off and wielding a machete. Okay. So, of course, ringside. No, this is Cultaholic. Never mind. I was going to be like, of course, ringside news. So, Charlie Tiger is an independent wrestler who made his debut in 2016. The 24-year-old has now wrestled for the likes of CZW, JCW, etc. Hutton is his real name, I guess. Charlie Tiger. He was arrested on March 7 following an alleged incident on March 3rd at a Sheetz gas station in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Hutton allegedly arrived at the gas station in his red Subaru and proceeded to take off his clothes and run around the parking lot, stabbing the ground with a machete. Hutton then stabbed a parked van with the machete and allegedly charged at bystanders and threatening men. Don't do meth, guys, okay? Don't do meth, right? Meth fucks you up.
What?
Don't do it, bro, okay? So that's all this is. Dude took some fucking pills or some meth and went absolutely crazy. And I hope this guy gets the help he needs. Here's him with his Subaru and his Tiger, really living the gimmick here, folks, right? And maybe he did it as a publicity stunt, so shows like this will talk about it. But yeah, what do you want, an attempted murder charge or something, dude? Like, dummy up. Okay, moving along here. So Maria Kanellis credits Melina, Beth, Jillian, Mickey, etc. You guys will hear it for taking care of her in the ring. And here's her and Mike Bennett on Adult Conversations podcast on YouTube. Here's their new podcast. And Bennett's still with AEW /ROH/ Maple Leaf Pro. He was on that card. But Maria, I'm not sure what she does, right? If I was her, I would try and, like, I know she seemingly burnt bridges, but yeah, I would just try and get that Legends deal so you're like a manager in the 2K games going forward or whatever, like, just fucking call Triple H. That's all anybody can do. And obviously she doesn't want to jeopardize like fucking her husband's job either just by having like a phone call, but because Lord only knows. However, yeah, that's what I would do if I was her. You could argue she's a great manager and you could use her in GM mode and all that. Just get the Legends deal signed, and you get in the games and you're part of the family, blah, blah, blah. Maria Kanellis, I don't remember if she's a former women's champion in WWE. Maybe Chad could correct me on that. But she, I don't know. You don't need to be a world champ to be considered for the Hall of Fame either. So I know it seems like this year they're not overloading the Hall of Fame either. It seems like it's going to be 3 or 4 entries only. And WWE hasn't confirmed Earthquake and fucking Typhoon yet, I don't think either. So we've covered it on the show. All the sheets are saying it's confirmed, and John Tenta Jr. says, that it's confirmed and blah, blah, blah. But like, we've never actually seen WWE. They're running ads too, where it's just Luger, Triple H, and Michelle McCool. Now, I think 5 is the way you induct, and then you do 5 or more. Like, how WWE does the names, like, here's some people we induct into like our legacy wing who may have not even wrestled in the WWF, but pardon me. I'm okay with those inductions too. You can do 10 of those for all I give a shit. But as far as like the main ones, I think like 5 is a good way to do it, right? But then maybe they think that'll drag on too long or whatever. I don't know. I'm not saying induct Maria into the Hall of Fame either, like right now or anything. I'm just saying you want to play that card. You might get inducted if you just are like, hey, what's up? And that would just be my advice if I had her ear. You know what I mean? Because she has contributed a lot to the industry. And I know people are like, oh, she burns bridges everywhere. But Triple H is the guy who will like mend the fences and the bridges. So, yeah, try and build that shit back up. You know what I mean?
Just best experience. Those girls took such good care of me. Beth and Melina and Jillian, Victoria, who should be in the Hall of Fame. I'm hoping she will be in the Hall of Fame soon. Those girls just like, they took care of us. And like, and now Michelle McCool is going into the Hall of Fame, and she fought for the women to get more time. She fought for, to be able to do bigger moves. She fought for more exposure. She fought. And I'm so incredibly blessed that, I had such good people to work with. I'll say it again, because
do you wish you
just
cuts him off. Yeah, shout that out. So the third match signed for Benefit for Dashing Chris Bay features Swerve Strickland taking on Kenny King, who just somehow like pops up, and when you think he's done wrestling or whatever, he just pops up and starts wrestling again. So I don't know. Shout out Kenny King. And yeah, man, prayers up for Bay. And this card is really stacked. We have more news on this card too with WWE superstars. This show is really everyone in the business, TNA, AEW, GCW, Kenny King, WWE, they're all on this card. So I don't know. I'll be checking it out definitely. So speaking of WWE talent going to the Indies, JC Jane headed to Reality of Wrestling. We're excited to announce the next special guest for Glory is none other than NXT superstar JC Jane. So they're launching their new show. We covered it. So the original ROW, Reality of Wrestling, Booker T blew it up. It got a TV deal. It's on TV now. So the YouTube show is being replaced by a whole new show called ROW Glory, right? Where they're sort of like relaunching a secondary roster and like its own storylines and characters, right? On to take the slot of the YouTube show. So that's a big move too, because the people who like the one show, you're hoping go over to TV, and then you're hoping this Glory show like fulfills that itch that they had to watch that other YouTube show and lives up to what that show was. And so they're kicking it off with, NXT star JC Jane will be there, which is huge, right? It'll get eyeballs for them, And then they announced, NXT Level Up got scrapped. So now it's called ROW Up, and it's on YouTube as well. And that's a whole new show as well. That's like developmental for developmental. You guys know what I'm saying? So NXT is more like a third brand in WWE, and now the developmental is like the indies and these reality shows and shit like that, right? Evolve, like that's the developmental now, are like these YouTube shows and shit. So I was harping on it before. They need to move away. Like NXT just shouldn't be on TV. Some people are doing their best shit of their careers, right? Like what'll Tony D'Angelo do better on the main roster that he hasn't done in NXT already? The guy had his peak of his career, in my opinion, in NXT. Maybe you guys will say that's hater. I don't think that is. I think that's a testament to how fucking good he and NXT is. You know, like at the stage they're at. That's what I think. So, but either way, make sure you guys are watching ROW, right? A lot of people are like, dude, hop on the ROW train. And man, this is what I mean. Tony Khan would have found way more success just sticking with his YouTube shows and shit. I'm telling you. Billy Starks is returning to GCW for the first time since July of last year, which is good shit, pal. Here's just a funny clip of the Brain and Gorilla on a fucking boat, and this just cracked me up and made me laugh and smile. Just, I don't know. I'm sure that's awesome, man. I miss those two. So, pardon me. I've been speculating I can hit an X-Files here for this next little bit of news here, chat. Let me hit a fucking X-Files. Oh, and speaking of indie talent, I have a tremendous indie wrestler coming on Wednesday. We're going to record a pod, and then I'll announce it on the live show. But yeah, it's awesome. It's a really fucking great guest. It's just going to be awesome. I can't wait. It's going to be so fun and funny. And we're going to roast Dave Meltzer. Okay. So go figure. And we have other indie wrestlers calling out Meltzer. But speaking of the indies here, MLP, Maple Leaf Pro, just looking great too. Great production. Looking like a cross between AEW and TNA a little bit, of course. That's what it is. With the Scott D'Amore presence and influence. And I've been speculating a bit with the X-Files that I hit a moment ago, which I guess is being rebooted by Disney, which I'm not looking forward to. Phil Marks out. Check out that YouTube channel where I talk about pop culture and stuff. But anyways, I've been saying I think Billy Gunn, and he's featured in the 2K game for WWE, right, as part of the DLC. And he could have been this whole time. He's always had a Legends deal. A lot of these guys do, like Flair. They could put him in the games. He's under contract with Tony Khan, as Flair exposed or revealed, rather. I think last week we covered it on the show, right? But Ric Flair is under contract with AEW, like Tony Khan pays him. So that's why they don't put him in the game, but he does have a Legends contract. Sting has, I believe, this whole time. Billy Gunn has this whole time. And so Billy Gunn appears. Now, this is an AEW partnership here with MLP, right? Maple Leaf Pro. But he hasn't been featured. The last time we saw the Guns, they made a return. Like they made their triumphant return, and then they get beat, and then we haven't seen them since. Okay. And my whole thing was like, I don't know if their deals are up or anything. You got to think they've been there for many years, you know, pretty much since the inception of AEW. Are they making their move to NXT or something? I don't know. Maybe this could be a sign of that, especially with sort of the DX green, you know, because in AEW, they weren't really doing that. They weren't letting Billy Gunn like allude to the DX-ness of it, at least not to my recollection. Maybe someone could correct me on that. But yeah, I don't know. Let's just watch this clip. Shout out Maple Leaf Pro, and he appeared here. So I just think this further lends to what I've been saying of like, keep an eye on these Guns, dude. I think we'll see them back in WWE sooner or later. Yeah, see, they announced him too, WWE Hall of Famer, which is fine. Like MLP, AEW have sort of like a TNA WWE deal. Like WWE's not telling TNA what to do, maybe a bit when it involves their guys, right? But yeah, AEW's not like, oh, you got to say this about Billy Gunn. He works for us. But the fact that they do say WWE Hall of Famer, I don't know. There's no reference to AEW whatsoever, unless he's wearing like his elite, because Billy Gunn would wear those like all elite trunks. So I just found this very interesting and quite timely because of me harping on it. And then with the game too, I'm like, there you go, man. I think this is the point I'm getting at. The Gun Boys need NXT. It's time. The tag division could use them. They could be the guys who get the straps off Fraxium if they came in, you know. They know how to work TV. I think the Gun Boys would be amazing in the current climate of NXT right now. Not everybody. I don't think everybody, you know, they're saying Abaddon's going to be released. Okay, I don't want to see her in NXT or anything. I'm not going to lie. But not even being a hater on Abaddon. Like, I'm not the biggest Abaddon hater. Some people go hard as fuck on her online. I don't know. I don't like, she has a good character. If you hone that in, you could do something with her, you know, where she's like the spooky sidekick. She's like the Nikki Cross to the next level for someone. They could have did that with her. They don't, because they don't know what to do with anybody typically in AEW. But either way, though, sorry, let's watch this here. And he's hugging people like, I'm free. We're free. But he is wearing the scissors like daddy ass gear. So who knows? But that's all broken up, though, on AEW, too. And then Bowens is just gone. And Caster's a jobber.
And he's got 2 words for you. The WWE Hall of Famer getting a hero's welcome here at St. Clair
So good to hear Morrow call wrestling, dude.
College. Still looking as physically fit as ever. Proud of his sons in AEW. A former AEW Trios champion. Of course, went into the WWE. WWE Hall of Famer.
Yeah, they're saying in AEW, but they're not saying currently in AEW. You know, he's just like, you know, whatever with his sons in AEW where they won the AEW Trios. Like, okay, are they in AEW anymore? I don't know. But don't be shocked if the dirt sheets miss a lot of these releases and contracts coming up like they've been.
I don't know.
Anyways, WCW Nitro book, an excerpt from the upcoming book Beyond Nitro by Guy Evans. So Guy Evans says an internal TBS document from December 2000 reveals the convoluted nature of such transfers. While recognizing a receivable in the amount of $2.2 million for international syndication owed to WCW from a division of Time Warner, WCW simultaneously owed a different Time Warner division $1.9 million for its domestic home video services. It was also obligated to pay Telepictures, a unit of Warner Brothers, and therefore Time Warner, an additional amount of $123,000 for domestic TV distribution over an unclear time frame. A further payment of $900,000 was scheduled to be transferred from WCW to Turner Entertainment Networks for an unlabeled purpose. Similarly, more than $913,000 was earmarked as a payable from WCW and to a compendium of other companies, including CNN Admin, CNN Interactive, and of course, the ever-present others. So this is what we need to point out here, okay? This is what needs to be highlighted. Like, they were set to get a payment, a receivable of $2.2 million for their international syndication that was owed to them from Time Warner, while at the same time owing $1.9 million to Time Warner. Do you guys understand how fucky this, like the television, the entertainment, just all this stuff, all this fat cat, you know, entertainment world stuff. So just imagine the deal, just imagine the private deal that AEW has cooked up as well to bring it to modern times. Like, it's all private. Just imagine like what kind of kooky shit they have going on behind the scenes too. And I've been saying that since day fucking one. We're not sitting here saying they're not making, for any sickos out there, oh, he's just hating on Nate. No, this isn't even hate. I'm just pointing out. Think about it. What kind of kooky shit is going on there too? And why we're like, why the fuck do they get 156? We don't even know. Tony might have to pay that back. $3.6 million a week, Brian. Tony might have to pay that back for all. We don't even fucking know. We have no clue. That could be his own money for all we literally know. Tony's spending $100 million in a year. That's like nothing, dude. That's nothing, man. So I just, for him, you know. So I just, I just want to point that out. I thought that excerpt was cool, and I guess plugging the book as well. Guy Evans writing, the untold stories. This is what I'm interested in. The untold stories, dude. That's what I'm interested in. We always hear about the same shit. If I got to hear about the fucking Montreal Screwjob or finger poke of doom one more time, right? I might bust a nut. Guys, run those likes up to 100 because there's 250 watching across both channels, and we only have 59 likes on the Clips channel. So Jericho's going to come. Special guest indie wrestler Jericho is in the fucking building. Run those likes up. Monkey Balls says, if Triple H doesn't start his Hall of Fame speech with, in this business, I think he's going to do his let's get ready to saga or something like that. No. Do you think DX crashes it? Obviously, Shawn Michaels is going to induct him, or maybe even his wife. But I just think Shawn, or maybe both, but I just think Shawn makes sense because they're just like best buds and they run the fucking industry together. But also him and Steph just admire each other so much. So it could be her, but don't be shocked either. And I'm going to pull this one out. I'm just going to throw this out there. You guys ready? Another X-Files. Okay. Don't be shocked either if Sting does induct Luger. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because WWE isn't beyond maybe not just Sting. Who did Luger ask for? DDP. So they'll for surely go with him. But if Sting, he could be there, guys. Okay. It's not like he has beef with WWE or anything like that, and don't be shocked if WWE's willing to do that because it makes them look cool. And don't be shocked if Tony's like, I don't want Sting to do that. But also don't be shocked if Sting just does it because, like Flair said publicly, Tony knows how important it is for me to do, appearances or whatever the fuck, attend Hall of Fames and do stuff for my daughter. That's what Flair was saying, right? Meanwhile, I know Dustin wasn't allowed to go in the ring during the WrestleMania moment with Cody Rhodes. I know that. However, that being said, Tony's trying to save face. He's quote unquote not trying to I'm not trying to focus on that stuff, and I'm letting people go now because it's case by case. Sting, I don't think. Maybe he's still signed to AEW. That wouldn't shock me. Maybe there's some news out there about that. But his retirement was I'm retired, but I still kind of work with and will help out Tony Khan. And he tweets out their shit and they sell his merch and everything. Right. But I do think when Sting appears for AEW and he puts the paint on, Tony's just paying him per appearance and per whatever. So if he shows up at the WWE Hall of Fame for Luger, that's his boy, man. Right? Don't be shocked at all. That wouldn't fucking shock me for 1 second. Anyways, hope I drove that point home. As I'm watching Collision as well. Sorry, I know I'm kind of bibbling there a bit, but I'm watching Powerhouse Hobbs come out as well. And so anyways, yes, I do have Collision on tonight. I haven't been talking about it because I don't know. Nothing really matter. So our last bit of miscellaneous news, a fan lashes out at Hulk Hogan for not signing children's stuff at his meet and greet. Police almost took him out. Holy shit.
Be a man, Hogan. Sign something for the kids. Be a man, Hogan. Sign it for the kids. Be a man, Hogan. Sign stuff for the kids. Come on. What? Well, it's true. Just sign stuff for the kids, man. It's not right.
Sign stuff for the kids, dude.
Hey, we wait 2.5 hours. Yeah, beer. I waited 2.5 hours yesterday. 2.5 hours. He was late. 5 hours in line. It's true. That's what happened.
So why won't he sign shit for kids? If this is a beer signing for his new beer, then I absolutely get why he's no, brother, I'm not gonna. Well, let me tell you something, dude. I can't sign children. I can't sign children's stuff at a beer signing, Jack. I'll slam that stinky giant later in the parking lot for $5. You guys know what I mean? Like, you can't blame Hulkster for this one if he's doing a beer signing. Now, if it's just a random signing and he's like, fuck them kids, Jack. Fuck them kids, brother. Then, okay, I get it. However, if this is his beer thing, you can't, be taking pictures in front of beer banners with children and stuff. Or like you could, I get, you know what I mean? Yeah, kids at a UFC event or something. Okay, the parents' discretion, but I mean, if I don't know, there's got to be laws around that. No, I'm sure it's different in Canada. Liquor laws are all crazy all over the place, depending what province you go to. I don't know if it's state by state as well, where the laws change and stuff like that. But like, for instance, in America, the drinking age is 21. In Canada, it's like state by state. It could be 18 or 19, depending what province you're in, state by state, province by province, right? So, yeah, either way, I don't know the legality or the technicality behind it, but this guy's like, come on, man. And then they have like caution tape, and these cops are like, he's like, dude, I'll send I'll send Brutus the Barber Beefcake on you, Jack. The nasty boys, hit him with a chair, dude. I don't want to deal with this brother.
I'm glad he is. Yeah, the kids. Glad he is for the kids. Yesterday, I waited for him at the Hudson Valley. Never got.
Are you in line right now?
No. I already waited 5 hours. I didn't come back. I wanted to make sure that people didn't waste their time today.
Yeah, he was upset about that yesterday. That they were telling him not to sign for the kids, and so today he's like
I've been waiting 15 years for him to come to the Hudson Valley to sign my figure. 15 years. Yeah. That's all I wanted. I would have paid him $300-400 to sign it. Yeah, I would have paid for it, and I didn't get it. And you know what? I made an Instagram post, and I'm not a Hulkamaniac anymore. I'm glad he has it.
Hulkamania's dead. It's dead. You turn your backs on me, dudes. You all turn your backs on me. Oh, man. And now I've started the NWO, brothers.
On camera.
NWO beer coming soon, Jack.
Very disappointed. This is Hulk's second chance. And they want to blame it on the promoter, blame it on Hulk. Make it right. Make it right.
Make it right, Hogan. Make it right. Okay, that was a round of applause for miscellaneous news or light news, whatever, because TNA is its own thing today. So round of applause. Let me check in with chat. I'm gonna check in with chat. How many likes are we at here? Because the viewership is just growing and growing, and we need 100 likes, or else my guy Jericho's gonna pop in. Chat, how we feeling tonight? With 68 likes, my goodness. Yeah, let's continue. If we don't get to 100 by the end of TNA news, we're gonna have to force shame some people. I break the leg of the Hulk Hogan. Daniel Larson. Is this Daniel Larson? Sorry, I'm trying to see what chat. That guy's a crybaby bitch. Yeah, dude. Oh, watch me. Haha. Fuck the Hulk Hogan. I can actually, if he doesn't have a disclaimer in the ads. He was always supposed to be there for 2 hours. Well, you know, I went 90 minutes in the Omni, brother. I'm playing Lego Lord of the Rings. Nice. Collision is on. Yeah, Swerve's cutting a promo. They try to treat it like a main show when it's not a fucking main show. That's the problem. Julia Gulia's here. Okay, everybody. 69, dude. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Let me hydrate a little bit here. I'm actually drinking Diet Coke tonight, guys. The Illuminati is failing? How? How are we failing, dude? We're growing bigger and bigger day by day. We're growers, not showers. Exactly. No, we do show. We grow and show, dude. We show, then we grow. Right? Because you look at the numbers, bro. That's all I'm saying. You can social blade that shit, right? It's fucking doing pretty goddamn good, man. And it's all because of you guys. 77 likes, huge jump. Yeah, you guys really don't want to get visited by Jericho. Okay, let's fucking hit a banjo and go into TNA news. And boy, do we got some news here. So, Moose, there were plans for CM Punk to feud with me over the TNA World title. So that was back in the day, I guess, right? Alex Hammerstone returned to TNA after saying, hey, guys, I'm a fucking free agent. By the way, he returns and challenges Joe Hendry for the TNA Championship, and this is his final match. So he announced, like, hey, dude, I'm done. But I guess he just had his last match, and they were cool with him announcing it. Hopefully, like, he was on NXT. Hopefully they pick his ass up, right? He could even be a main roster dude right away. If it was me, I'd be trying to build a new faction on the main roster with guys who, like Hammerstone, Page, and like another guy or something. You know what I mean? Like Ethan Page, right? We're trying to build a faction of new, young, up and coming, credible threats who, like, as individuals could possibly get over on their own. You don't even got to stick them with a vet. Like, just 3 credible dudes who like have like resumes outside of WWE and NXT now that they're sort of flaunting and touting that on their programming, and just guys who just look the part, look legit, and like Ethan Page could lead them. Right, because he established himself in NXT a bit. He showed up on SmackDown, I think, once or whatever backstage. So you have Ethan Page lead a crew, Alex Hammerstone, and then chat. You guys let me know who should be the third and fourth man if we're going to do it that way, right? Like in a faction, they just go right up to the main roster. They're just healing on everyone. I think that'd be fucking awesome. And they need that. They need a new... I don't know. They just need a new... A lot of these factions we've been dealing with for a long time, no? And then they scrap some of them, and yeah, I don't know. We'll get to WWE in a bit, but yeah, here's Alex Hammerstone. He came back. Shocked everyone, I guess, because he's like, I'm done, but then he just shows up to take on Hendry. So there you go. Here was Sacrifice, my sacrifice. So the results are out. We're going to talk a bit about one part of it. And yeah, just a good card. I'm going to finish watching this tonight, likely, or at some point over tonight or tomorrow. And yeah, dude, good old card. Here's Joe Hendry giving an update about his video game status because he was not featured in 2K, or so we thought.
Joe Hendry is going to be in a video game. You may remember I was talking about which games I could appear in. Well, guess what? Multiple video game developers have got in touch, and we're just about ready to make an announcement. But before we do, we want to know which games you want to see Joe Hendry in. Say his name, and he might just appear. Announcement coming soon. Joe Hendry.
Yeah, so he'll probably be in that Retro Mania shit or whatever that, just whatever games they can add him in. But also, guys, they do things like the Bad Bunny DLC. Oh, we just added the Bray Wyatt out of nowhere. We just added him, his like newer model, and you got to buy him. Now, I'm not saying they do that with Hendry. How cringe is it that Swerve's like stealing Cody Rhodes's burst eardrum thing? Do you think that's what this is? It's fucking cringe, man. Anyways, I don't even know what I was talking about because it's like they just always seem like they're doing what other people are doing or have already done, or like what the sheets are talking about or something. Stop, fuck, man. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about that. So Tessa Blanchard, okay. Now, I don't care what anybody, a lot of people are like, oh man, if Tessa Blanchard triggers you, you're the pro and all shit. Fuck all that. You're allowed to be triggered by, this is wrestling. The objective is trigger people, right? And either trigger happiness or anger and get them to want to see me fight, either win or lose. Here's the thing, right? How do we even? Okay. Some people think TNA. Well, let me play you guys this stuff, and you let me know. I just want to approach this the correct way, right? Some people think this is TNA leaning into like her racialist past. But here's the thing. She was racialist towards black people and shitty to other women. I don't think she was racialist towards well, she's wearing the Mexican flag colors, so Mexican people or Latinos or anything. I think she married a Latino. No? A Mexican man, a Spanish man. No? Am I wrong about that? Spanish speaking man, rather. So you guys got to understand, like, it's not them leaning into it. For instance, when they were chanting like she's a racist. Sorry, we're on YouTube. I don't know what they like and don't like these days, but they've been pretty chill lately. But she's a racialist. They like cut her off by sending Morella out there to save her ass and things like that. The most they say is like, yo, listen, there's controversy outside of the ring, but inside the ring, we focus on what goes on inside the ring. So I don't know if that's leaning into like, hey, I'll like culturally appropriate what some people are saying. Now, I don't even care about that. I don't even give a shit about any of that, right? What I care, there's white dudes who act black all day and no one says shit, right? So I'm not even talking about that. What I'm saying is this is just cringe as fuck overall. Like, who didn't tell her, bro? Now it gets her heat. We're all talking about it. We're all cringing about it. A lot of people are like, oh, people who don't like this or they just don't get. No, it's not that, bro. Okay. Or at least don't lump me in there. This is just, when I saw this, I douche chill cringed like out of my skin. The entrance, this promo she cut is whatever that I'm going to play first. Okay. Chat, you guys let me know how you feel about this. I just douche chilled like out of my skin when I saw this. Maybe that's the point. Here we go. It's just okay. Am I off on this? Like, Rhea Ripley dates Dom. She's like, mommy, I'm mommy. And then like she's a Latina all of a sudden. And then Charlotte Flair comes back and she's married to Andrade and she's like, I have real Latino heat. Orale. And then fucking now Tessa Blanchard's married to a luchador or whatever. Now she's doing this. It's like, what the fuck? Am I off on that, ladies? What are you doing? Okay. Oh man, here we go.
Tonight, TNA Wrestling is in El Paso, Texas for Sacrifice.
So I guess you have, but here's the thing. If you're the heel, why are you leaning into the, maybe it is trying to piss off. I don't know. It seems like this would be the baby face thing to do. Like, hey, I speak Spanish and I'm going to hold it down for, you know, like my kids are, what did Conan say the one time on to Tully Blanchard? Like, your kids are going to speak Spanish one day or whatever. Right. And I don't know if she's even married to the guy. So I actually don't even know. I'm just talking about who her husband was the last time. People were like, she married a Spanish dude or I don't know. You guys will inform me in the chat. But either way, just watch this. I'm babbling enough about it. And I'm trying to tiptoe around here. Right? So yeah.
Tonight, TNA Wrestling is in El Paso, Texas for Sacrifice. And I have a little message for Lei Ying Lee. El diamante innegable de la lucha libre está aquí. Y esta noche voy a romper tu madre.
It's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I was like, okay, that's sweet. Because, you know, in UFC, people do that too. You speak multiple languages, say what's up in another language. That's cool. People pop for that. You know, it's like the cheap pop. But at the same time, you're the fucking heel that everyone hates. So why are you trying to like, I don't know. I think this is what everyone's missing, right? Because your boy Phil likes to psychoanalyze this shit. I think she was trying to like garner favor back with people by doing this, and it just sort of backfired. That's what I think. I don't think this is her leaning into like, get more heat on me. I think this was her trying to get heat off of her, and it fucking backfired. That's my opinion, because it seems very much like, well, you would do this if you were the baby face. No, I don't know.
Besitos.
So yeah, that was what it was. So I see that. I'm like, whatever, right? And then the entrance just sent me, man. And she's got like gold teeth in, man. Right? And that's cool. I mean, but I don't think she's ever done that before. It's just like I don't know. Let's watch it. Oh man, the whole entrance is up there. I don't know why I bookmarked this. I thought I bookmarked the full entrance, but oh man, I was cringing. I don't know, Jay. You guys let me know what you think about that. Ooh, let me check in with chat for a second. That was Crane. Shadow Bat Ash says, why you always threaten us with the Y2J? 'Cause you don't run the likes up.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair to threaten us with a good time. Like Jericho like that. ST says, TK Mark says, no kids. Stoned and drunk with the wife. LFG. Love what you do, Phil, and love the sickos. Well, dude, we have a funny sicko segment, like a really funny one, like what the sicko segment was absolutely designed for. And we'll get there in a bit. And TK Mark, shout you out, man. Just a brilliant, like, troll, you know, on Twitter and shit. Not to blow up your spot, but, and good, dude. Yeah, don't, yeah, good. I hope you're having a good night, man. Member for 8 months, Lincoln Hawk, the top mod of the Discord pod, says, after listening to AJ Styles' interview about going to WWE, nobody should go straight to main roster. It's a big change no matter how much experience. Right. I do agree with you. Absolutely. But I also disagree with you. So Ray Phoenix is about to go to the main roster, right? Penta went to the main roster. Now, I think and I think you'd agree with what I'm about to say, Lincoln. I think that it's not about not straight to the main roster, but okay, then we want you to go main roster, but you got to spend 2 months in the PC just doing matches like the way they do on LFG and shit. You know, like you're just going to do matches during classes with like the, you know, and touch a few of these NXT people on maybe a couple house shows or something. But yeah, I could see some people like Ray Phoenix is just going right to SmackDown. So, you know, that's definitely an exception to the rule. But overall, in general, I agree. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 says, I don't care. Tessa Blanchard is awesome. That's the thing. I know that I bring up all the negative stuff surrounding her because I don't try and create a narrative. Okay. What I do is I just call the shit, whether it's good or bad. And I just try and like give my opinion. So a lot of people get triggered when you're like, yo, this is cringe. Oh, you just don't get that. No, I do. I cover it. Trust me, I do. It's just that this was cringe, right? So it's that simple. I don't mind. I think she's good for the business if she has heat. Like, and I was the one saying it. I was like, listen, I'm not saying she should put on a fucking clan hood, right? And pull an Elon and start right? But what she should do is if there's heat, go be a bitch and let them chant whatever they want at you. Because they paid their ticket, and if it means they want to see you get your ass kicked, then that's what the business is all about. So I was saying that too. But yeah, at the same time, like, I don't know if that was a miss or not. I think she was trying to win people over, and it was a miss. I'm always looking deeper than the surface layer, what things appear, right? Things aren't always what they seem. Lincoln Hawk for 10, my goodness. Thank you so much. My good friend, another super friend. That's what you got. That's Lincoln Hawk. She lived in Mexico for a long time and spent a lot of time in SA. That being said, I'm Mexican and biased because I have met her multiple times and she's always been good to me. She was married to Daga. There you go. Thank you, Lincoln Hawk, for informing us there. So I knew she lived in Texas. I knew she lived in Mexico. I knew she was married to a luchador. And I don't know if they had kids or not. I know she disappeared for a while. She was allowed to work in Mexico, you know. So is Alberto El Patron and other people. So that's all right. And I don't know. Like, the thing is that a lot of people have said like she apologized to others privately and stuff. So if that's the case, then that's up for the people Now, when I see wrestlers come out and be like, no, she's still a piece of shit, obviously there's fences that need to be mended there with other people that she never clearly reached out to privately, or maybe they do want a public thing and that never happened either. I'm not sure. So I don't even really speculate on it beyond what the public says. And if wrestlers are jumping in like, nah, fuck her, usually even the wrestlers, if they don't like someone, they keep their mouth shut, you know? So I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I like her on TV. She's a great wrestler. I fucking was told and allegedly that, you know what I mean?
Allegedly.
She legitimately is there on a trial run for WWE. Like they wanted to see if she could stay out of trouble and how people would react to her, and if this shit would blow over, and then she could go to WWE from here with TNA. That sort of would make sense, but also TNA needs someone as well, right? So it's not just like that would be the only reason. Like I could see TNA just being like, no, that's bullshit, and I just sorry, I just got a text. Okay. Yeah, anyways, yeah, I could totally see that being the case. Anyways, thank you so much. And then Mo Moon's a new member. Shout you out. Air horns for all my guys. You're all my guys. 3 more likes. Oh shit, we're almost at the end of TNA news. So 3 more likes or else Jericho's doing a fucking run-in, bruv. So Cora Jade's saying this because she was forced to tag with Tessa Blanchard. So more commentary on Tessa Blanchard from Cora Jade, the wrestlers themselves. Cora's like, I'm just here so I won't get fined. You know, so it is the wrestlers too. The point I was going to make before, I remember now. Wrestlers don't typically, like, even if they don't like someone, they don't publicly, like, shit on them. They just still keep it behind the scenes for the most part, especially WWE talent. So when you keep seeing like Chelsea Green and Cora Jade and people being like, nah, you know, that makes me go, there might be a little bit more to it than we're not seeing behind the scenes. Like maybe she really hasn't owned up to it the way fans hope or whatever. But either way, I'm not trying to bury Tessa either. Moving along. So AJ Francis gets into it with, who is this? Body Slam. Did they delete it? God damn it. Yeah, it was bodyslam.net. Fuck, man. They deleted it. So they said something about they're like having an actual racialist in Tessa Blanchard. I remember, okay? I'm going to not verbatim, but paraphrase what the headline was. Body Slam was like, if you're going to have a fucking literal racialist on the show, like dress up like a Latino person and then have AJ Francis tell a Mexican talent to go back where they came from or something like this, right? I have to watch the whole goddamn event. If you guys can tell, I didn't see Sacrifice in full yet. So AJ Francis, I guess, was like, go back where you came from or something to like, I'm going to guess and say Laredo Kid or so. I don't fucking know. But yeah, AJ Francis was like, it was their idea in El Paso. Stop. And then they're like, in El Paso, that's so whatever. And then AJ just, you know, pulling the curtain back and being like, well, it was their idea for me to say it in El Paso. Stop being sensitive. And then Seabass is like, you don't have to agree to every idea. They're just saying. This guy's like, you don't have to be sensitive, just saying. So AJ responded to him. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it's like wrong if we're acting here. Like, okay, is Edward Norton a racialist or did he do something wrong because he was in American History X? No. Is Leonardo DiCaprio wrong because he was in Django? No. You know what I mean? You do what the fuck you do, and it's art and shit. And I'm not saying you, like, this is also a family show, but it's trying to evoke emotion, and everybody likes to shit on JBL in hindsight for the work he did with Eddie. But at the time, man, he had fucking nuclear heat, and he was like, didn't he like throw a guy over the border or something? He like went to the border and threw a guy, or so, like JBL crossed the line so much. That was the point. That's how you get heat. And it wasn't, he didn't go full-blown racialist, but what he did was he gave something that the Latino audience could get behind and get behind their champion and give them something to relate to. You guys get what I'm saying here? So that was the same with when people give Triple H shit when he's like, did the thing with Booker T. I get it, man. Even as a kid, man, that shit made me like queasy. I remember that was one of the times in wrestling when Triple H is like, people like you, like that made me feel like fucking uncomfortable. And that was the point. Now, when Triple H beat him at Mania 19, I mean, that's a Vince call. That's also egotistical, politicking Triple H. The more disgusting thing he did was like pedigree Booker at Mania and then like crawl over to him for like 7 minutes before pinning him clean. You know, that was the bigger travesty out of all of that. But like, I'm not saying it's you should do it all or like I agree with or I would fucking do it. But what I'm saying is, as an artist, man, you gotta search for where that line is and you gotta make people try and feel stuff. That's the whole point of it, right? That's the best TV shows, the best movies, the best songs. They make you feel something, right? So ultimately, the person's idea that AJ said that it was their idea to be like, go back, and AJ did it. And oh yeah, here. So who was it? Octagon Jr. and Laredo Kid. So there you go. Yeah. So yeah, that was TNA news, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll play a banjo for that. And we will move along. I'm going to check the likes. On the Clips channel too. If you guys are on the Times channel or whatever, you guys are cool. Just do your thing over there. Try and run them. Oh, we're at 108. You guys really didn't want Jericho, huh? Not surprised. So let's figure out where we're going next with this chat. We have a hilarious Sicko segment. We have hilarious Dave Meltzer stuff. We have hilarious. I have an awesome guest coming on this Wednesday to roast Dave Meltzer as well, which is going to be awesome. And we have, yeah, we got like a hilarious story about Jay Titan, a guy who faked his journey to being in WWE and he got exposed on X. It's truly like the fucking peak Sicko segment, truly what it was made for. And we're going to get into that. And we also have like AEW and WWE Federation news. So as we look at this anime of wrestlers and shit, I'm going to check in with chat. And I want you guys to tell me in chat right now as well, AEW or WWE news, what would you all like to talk about? What do you want to talk about next? I'll let you all tell me, and in the interim I will check in with chat here and probably chug down some soda, some diet soda. Mo Moon says, I don't think she's a cyst, she just acted tarded. Are
you sure about that?
Thank you. I'm not even I don't know quite what you mean by that even. What has happened while I was gone? Miss October 30, what's up? We've just been chilling. And we're just going over news. We just went over light news, actually, and we got over 100 likes. So no Jericho. And we're about to get into WWE or AEW news. You guys are telling me right now in the chat. You're a braver individual than I just can't watch. Whatever news has the best comedy. Yeah, well, you know what that is. Kevin Pierpont, he has dual citizenship, so we'll just cross over the border easily. AEW, so we can crank hogs to your Tony Khan voice. All right. You what? Anything happen? Yeah, Miss October 30. This is the happening right here. This is the place to be. To the boogie to be, right? And then George says, if you're new, consider becoming a member. Yeah, super chatting in, all that good shit, pals. High Life has been a member for 2 months. So yeah, that is amazing. Thank you very much. And then, yeah, there we go. So let's get into it. Check it off the bingo card. He said it. AEW, get it out of the way. Anything but AEW. We seem split. I don't know. Let's go into some AEW, I think. So here, I'll pull it up over here. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you know what to do. Warm up your vocal cords. Tune up the band. and give us all a good old Ichi Nissan da all together now for AEW news. So there's some good stuff to get to here. Quite funny, pretty light, never forget the time 3 guys rolled their eyes while they watched a guy who draws money. Never forget this moment, chat.
Yeah, come on.
That's crazy, dude. Now these guys, like the Bucks, aren't even fucking welcome on their own show because they're so shitty. So heel Uzi posts, LMAO, that's insane. I guess Roadblock demolished the lame pay-per-view. So I show them cage match ratings. I go up to Warner execs and I say, this is great. Check out this great cage match rating. Right? And so NXT Roadblock, 9.37. 8.84, and then Cage Match Geeks were like, who told Fed Marks about Cage Match? AEW has reportedly discussed the idea of merging the International and the Continental Championship. The Intercontinental Championship! You could not be more hacky, unoriginal, fucking lame.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
You couldn't be more shitty. Do you know what I'm saying? They just from the beginning, they should have called it the All Continental title, the AC title, do our own thing. The All Continental Championship. Instead, he waited this long to do this. Merge the International and the Continental, the Intercontinental Championship. His goal this whole fucking time, man. Right? And does Okada still have that belt? I think he does. So that's his dream match, is to get Kenny versus Okada. They'll merge them, create the AEW Intercontinental Championship. Fucking cringe, hack, trash. It's all been done. Ooh, it's all been done before. Right? Simpsons did it. So Bill Simmons. Sorry. I make myself laugh, chat. That's all that matters. Bill Simmons blames ownership's focus on AEW for Jaguars' struggles. No shit. No shit, Sherlock. Queen of the Ring actress apologizes for her comments at AEW Revolution. She did like a whole interview where she's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it the way Camille defended her. It is what it is, man, you know? Jose, the assistant in chat with the flutes. Everyone say hello to Jose. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know why she wouldn't know not to say that. Some people jumped on Tony Khan and were like, it's because he doesn't fucking hold production meetings and stuff. I don't know if it's so much that. Maybe they should do that more with people who are going to get on the mic. What she said, I think it sounds a little bit like cope, like a little bit of backtrack. No, I definitely didn't mean that thing I said. But I don't know why people got so up in arms about it. I mean, it is like, what the fuck? You're blowing up the spot. You know, you're blowing up everything we're doing right now. But at the same time, it's like, okay. And just the way she's laughing and then his awkward ass smile, it just makes you think that she's just sort of backtracking now. But either way, Camille jumped to her defense. I just thought this was funny. A good moment in time. So Bischoff says that AEW, he says there's nobody out there in AEW who could possibly do what John Cena did. That person doesn't exist. Yeah, well, no shit, Bischoff, because it's John Cena. You guys know I love Bischoff, but like, yeah, it's because that's John Cena, bro. So I don't know if anybody in anywhere ever could do what he did in WWE either, you know? So just stating a fact, I suppose, right? A Speedball Mike Bailey made their AEW pronouns, pal. AEW debut last night and has officially signed with the company. It was reported back in November following their departure that TNA that they would be joining AEW. Shout out Speedball Mike Bailey. Yeah, we all knew he was going there, right? I'm a fan of his. A lot of people are like, just another flippy, whatever. True, he'll get lost in the fucking shuffle there pretty quick. Now, unless Tony Khan has a plan and is like going to feature him more and more and more. My fear is that Tony looks at him like the way he looks at Mark Briscoe, like a novelty. He'll just be in random trios and shit. The Conglomerate 2, you know, and it'll just be like Mike Bailey's in the Orange Cassidy. What's that group? Orange Cassidy, Mark Briscoe, Shibata, right? So, or whoever's in the group, I forget, right? They'll just like stick him there or something. Unfortunately, right? I think AEW would benefit from creating something like an X division, an all elite division, or like the elite division or something, where it's like, you know, there's no weight limit. Someone said the quote, there's no weight limit, but whatever the fuck. The limits aren't the weight classes, all that good shit. That's the way to do it if you're not going to go with like a cruiserweight division. I think they'd benefit so much from having like a light heavyweight division instead of just like random TV titles and fucking we're going to make the Intercontinental title, folks. Wait. Tony's a genius. He planned this out. He put the Continental title on Okada and then the International title. It's like Madden, right? Well, what you have over here is, right, the international titles on Kenny Omega, and over here, you know, the Continental title on Okada. You merge those together, you cross those paths, and right there is you got us the Intercontinental title. It's like, fuck, man. Come up with some new all-continental title or something. I don't know. WWE has had their eye on Jeff Cobb. Why is this in AEW news? I don't know. Maybe because they fumbled him, I guess, or everyone expected him to go there. Maybe that's what the IWC are saying. But yeah, this was supposed to be in Federation news. Let's see if I can't just add it live on the air back over there. He's apparently going over to the Federation. So yeah, we'll check in with that in a minute. Shout out Jeff Cobb. But obviously, you know, Tony Khan wanted him pretty bad. So the ratings. AEW Dynamite did 628. NXT did 732. Bloody awful. Oh, man. This wasn't on the Dynamite show, was it? No, that was like the pay-per-view match. 628, yeah, that's like just their normal number. So they're like about there, you know? NXT seems to fluctuate greatly depending on what's going on that night. They could get an extra like 150 or to fucking like even a bit less than what they put up here. So yeah, the ratings, everyone's playing the ratings game. So we got to keep up to date with them here. So here's the Queen of the Ring actress. Okay, I knew I bookmarked it. Damaris Lewis clarifies the comment she made at AEW Revolution with Nick Nemeth here. And of course, the Matt Camp. I think one of the other shows, by the way, I think I said Matt Cross when I meant to say Matt Camp as well. I like Matt Cross. I meant to make fun of Matt Camp. So I can't remember. I'd have to listen back. But after when the show was done, I was like, wait, fuck. When I said that joke, did I say Cross or fucking Camp? I meant to say Camp. But either way, let's see what, of course, Camp would be the one. Is he with Busted Open now? That's good for him, I guess, right? But, I'm not a big fan of him, right? He's a turnoff for me, but either way, let's hear what Damaris Lewis has to say. I hope that's her name, correct? Yeah, Damaris Lewis. Here we go.
Can you explain what you were trying to say that people overreacted to on Sunday?
Yeah. First and foremost, I completely take accountability for how it came out. That was not how it was intended. So I'm sorry if it came out way wrong. During the course of our press tour, I've been reiterating the statement that I learned from pro wrestlers that you guys carry something in you that says all the time, I'm going to win, 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 I'm going to win. And it's been incredibly inspiring to me. So having a very short time period to think about an answer in the arena. That's what came out of my mouth. And when I heard it,
no, that's the fuck up. Okay. Someone should have asked her backstage or beforehand, like given her, hey, we're going to ask you this. What would your answer be? You know? So I guess, is that a production meeting? I don't know. Tony Khan was like, well, we all meet up in like different sections. We all like, there's different groups and we all like meet. And then I meet with everyone like individually in the different groups. It's like, so it's clicky. So the rumors about it being clicky are kind of true. And you don't have production meetings where everyone's in the same room and on the same page. So then you're just confirming all of that, I guess. Yeah, you should probably, if there's people you're going to put on mic, and not even I'm not saying you got to script out the wrestler promos, but yeah, definitely when it comes to, because the rumors are there was an audible groan backstage when she said this in AEW. So even backstage in AEW, Tony was like, oh, get down, what's that clip from the 10 minutes of Tony Khan where he's like yelling at in gorilla position? He's yelling in the headset, no, get down. You know, he's freaking out. What did she say? God damn it, Vern Gagne.
Back, I too was also like, that's not what I meant. But yes, I've been saying, because it's true, because I also am incredibly inspired by this sport, that you know you're going to win before you step in the ring, no matter what. It is a
No, it just sounds like she's walking it back a little bit now, but it's all good.
Sport. It is real. People are in there, in that ring, doing what they got to do. It's tough. It's dangerous at times.
At times, the whole time, but now she's got to be like, it is real. It's real to me, damn it. The finger poke of doom, the Montreal screw job. It's it's all right. It's all fucking, this shit's real. It's a sport. Okay, sickos, please don't ruin my fucking career.
I respect it fully with my whole heart. So yes, I will say it again. I am so sorry if it came out that way. But like you said, you got to know the house you're in. I know that these fans love their sport and that they were defending them.
Don't worry about it. You didn't, like, you offended the AEW fan base. I mean, that you could fucking sneeze and that would happen, right? So Bully Ray says, really enjoyed the backstage with MJF and Hangman. Can't wait till one day both of them go to WWE, learn the correct way, and become stars. P.S. Busted open after dark. Uncle Bully, man. Bullying folks. So Bill Simmons says, I don't think the Jaguars will ever get it because the owner's son, who runs the team, also runs AEW and Fulham and writes all the scripts for it every week, and I just don't think they're on the ball, is my take. See, so this isn't just like a pro wrestling thing, guys. Okay? This is a football thing, and then if you're in Europe, a football thing. Right? So, just throwing it out there. Tony Khan, yeah, so Mike Bailey's All Elite, and Tony Khan was just like, he made a very successful debut. I don't know, I'm a Mike Bailey fan. I know motherfuckers are hating on him just because, but in other news, though, so if you remember the Freaks and the Peaks, if you take 33 1/3, divide it by 4.5, you get Will Ospreay's views compared to JD McDonough's, right? So Scott Steiner outdrew Will Ospreay's thing, and people are like making it a thing now. So I bookmarked it again. JD McDonough in 11 hours after a week, right? And this is all this is why fans get outraged, because even in sports, dude, if you play for a fucking team, if you are behind your team, you're behind your, or let's say you play for another team, right? And you're behind, you like another team. You like another team or whatever, and they spend a bunch of money on a stupid fucking deal, you're going to laugh at that and make fun of it. Let's say I play for, let's say my favorite team's the Edmonton Oilers, and they spend a bunch of money and do something stupid. I'm going to react to it and be like, why the fuck would they do that, right? So again, I'm not saying Will Ospreay isn't worth shit, but even just like the social media buzz. Now, yes, WWE's this global, whatever, but this is why fans reserve the right to be like, man, they overpaid this dude or whatever. Like, I don't want to hear people be like, that's just hater shit. No, that's just analyzing like TV rate. Okay, you pay someone a bunch of money to hopefully get a return on investment. Not in Tony Khan's case, though. He doesn't care about that. So that's fine, right? But the fact is like, we can't admit that shit. You got JD McDonough outdrawing him in 11 hours. Like, Scott Steiner's one thing. You're like, oh, dude, he's a fucking legend, you know? He was a legend in the 80s. He was a legend as a tag team in the NWO, you know, so many different ways. And then it's like, but you have JD. He's a guy that, I don't know, a glorified jobber at this point. Like, he's like a credible, like, and not jobber in a disparaging way. I think everyone needs fucking jobbers. But he's just the guy there to like take the pin and make everyone look really good and sell his ass off. Like, that's his role in WWE. He'll probably never get past that. He'll probably never, like, he's win the tag belt. Sure. Maybe he'll get an IC title in his career. Maybe, but he'll probably never become a world champ or whatever. Not that that matters, right? Earlier in the show, I was talking about, you don't need to even become a world champ for me to consider you a fucking Hall of Famer either, or anything like that. However, I mean, this is wild, though. Like, JD McDonough by no means should be getting more social media views on a fucking CVV interview than Ospreay, especially when Ospreay's even addressing his Triple H shit and stuff. That shows you, like, I don't know, man. It's just a stark difference in like everything, man. Like the houses, the TV ratings, these numbers, and we have to bring this up because when motherfuckers like Meltzer want to go like, well, you know, 30% could be watching on Max, it just gives people this like false fucking, I don't know, it just gives people like fake ammo to be more toxic with online. And then, you know, they try and shit on Penta for being on fucking Main Event when it's like, dude, if Penta did an interview right now, he'd outdraw Mercedes Monet's fucking interview with CVV. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, so who's really laughing? Penta because he's on Main Event, or fucking like, yeah, I don't know, right? You guys get what I'm getting at? They pay people a lot of money that it's like, well, what are they giving you in return? So this just really isn't. This is just like fucking Pee-wee's playtime here. We're just having fun, right? Playing toys and shit. So, and that's cool, man. That's cool. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think this is why Ospreay's lashed out, and this is why I don't let up on him for it, because it's like, no, dude, you clearly are so butthurt. Like, you know that shit applies to you, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. JD outdrew him on CVV. I don't know. I don't want to keep going so harsh on Ospreay. I keep going hard on him like every show, but it's just like, damn, man, really? Like, and then you talk this shit like, if they saw me wrestle, bro, it'd be a sexual experience. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? How about, like, you know, get people to fucking, I don't know, man. Get people to like show interest somewhere else, right? And then fucking say that. So moving along here, we have a Brian here. Let me check him in chat. So Shadow Bat Ash says it's funny how CM Punk draws more than the Elite combined. Well, that's what I mean. And like, I know they were rolling their eyes like as a joke, but in the BTE show, they were taking real shots at people and letting real life blend over sometimes, you know, it was jokingly, but it's just the fact we know they really did feel that way, because then they took the victory lap, like thinking, what would that do? You know, like in an empty fucking building, and then Punk has just been doing like crazy gangbuster business, right? It's just, he blew them out of the water, like in every metric. So, and again, it's not, I know some people are like, well, I just like this thing. I'm not talking about that, right? We're talking about like, what's the objective of the pro wrestling business? What is Meltzer always talking about? What does he care about the most? What is Tony Khan always harping on? Challenger brand, the key demo, The Undertaker, the first time didn't draw 1 million on NXT. The fucking 3.6 every week, 3.6 million, the undoubtedly a challenger brand, the number 2 ever. Like, okay, let's break it down, dude. Break it down. Like, fuck out of here, you know? It's just, you're trying to like give people shit and tell them it's diamonds. It just don't work that way, dude. Miss October 30 for 10 says, I think we knew for a while while that WWE did production meetings or meeting. Oh, of course. In general, based on videos backstage. Yeah, their whole existence. Backstage when wrestlers will arrive at an arena around 1 or 2 p.m. Yeah, they get there earlier and they stay later.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
No, thank you so much. But yeah, we know WWE's doing that. As far as AEW, though, you know, Tony confirmed that when he did his media rounds. He's like, well, the rumors that I don't have production meetings aren't true. You know, I meet with everyone. Everyone's kind of doing their thing, and I just like meet up with them all. It's great. And it's like, well, but he doesn't say we have a meeting with everybody in the fucking room together, you know? So that has to happen at some point too, I think. But he's probably just a guy who doesn't like confrontation and shit. Probably likes texting people more and stuff. I don't know. I don't know him like that at all. So it'd just be my guess. Like he seems socially awkward, right? So usually people like that aren't like, he just maybe doesn't want to like confront everyone and like, I'm going to lay down the law and shit. Or maybe I'm so off on that and people are like,
shut up, bitch.
Yeah, no, like you don't even know what you're talking about. But ultimately, yeah, I just think it's obviously like the management thing, and then him going on the record and being like, I've been turning down a lot of ideas lately, trust me, and the show's really good now because I'm doing everything. And it's like, well, I don't know, a lot of it is still like you doing like your worst key demo and shit. Why is it skewing? This key demo's like trending down, and that was the thing Meltzer was harping on this whole time. I don't fucking know. It just, the math ain't mathin', as the kids would say. And yeah, I appreciate you. Let me give you all a fucking round of applause because we do have a Brian here. I'm excited for this. I'm going to check on the chat. Yeah, you need to have a spine. Exactly. TK likes ghosting people. Yeah, we know that for sure. Break it down. You don't like JD. Jay Cornette. Boris, pretty much, he's no longer in the business. Paid his dues. Can say whatever he wants. There's a plan B with Tony. Okay, everyone wants to go hard at Osprey as well. Yes. Okay, Chad. Okay, we checked in. So here we have a Brian. Now we might cover this again in the Meltzer moment. I can't remember, but yeah, here's him operating with no plan Bs. Bro was lucky he was born a millionaire or billionaire, bruv. But yeah, he just nothing. He has no direction. He has no plan. He has no idea what he's doing. I believe I titled the show that Tony Khan has no plan.
Dynamite last night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of that show?
It was about a quarter stick. It really wasn't that big of a boom.
No.
I need a fucking Garrett or whatever this guy's name is.
Oh. Really wasn't. I was thinking about this. So, I don't know, man.
Oh, boy. Go ahead. Just get it out. This is cathartic.
Don't aggregate. Do not aggregate. Don't aggregate. Don't aggregate.
Consider the source.
Oh, boy.
No, Dave was talking on, I don't know what day it was, but there were like a lot of people did crazy stuff at the pay-per-views, you're well aware.
The Monday after, yes.
And there was like 2 segments announced for the show, and neither of them involved wrestling. And Dave said, well, you know, they had a whole card, but now they gotta make sure that everyone's available for Wednesday. And it's like they had a whole card, but now they got to make sure that everybody is available for Wednesday.
Oh my God. And Dave will sit there and be like, the best guys, Tony Khan, though. Didn't you know that?
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Will Ospreay. Like, what the fuck? So he books the card and is like, who's available? And then we get stuck with fucking Orange Cassidy versus Hechicero, the show after a pay-per-view. Because after the pay-per-view, everyone's like, oh yeah, no, I'm taking the week off. Because he lets them do that shit. So he books out the whole card and he doesn't even know who's available first. And then he has to be like, well, I guess I know. I have the solution. Ready? we'll just take the chart and then we'll flip it over this way. Batman. We'll take it, and then I'll start over here, and then we'll just reverse it back. Oh shit! I fired all the CM Punk doesn't work here anymore. Oh my god, dude! I can't believe this. And Brian Alvarez is like, "What?" And I'm baffled. And I'm like, "Oh my god, my mind's blown, man." You know, it's like I can't believe WWE would say Penta is the best luchador in the world. That really fucking. I just can't believe that. But these guys here, like, oh my god, they can't, like, they're not even having meetings and shit. Brian's over here coping, defending Meltzer. It's just ridiculous. I know right here he isn't. He's actually bringing this to light and questioning it and being like, what the fuck? But it's the fact he had to pause and be like, so I'm sitting there like, what? Just, and his friend there, Garrett or whatever, is like, just say it already. Because why are you tiptoeing around? Do not aggregate, right? I don't know. Brian doing his thing by acting confused by this. But Brian, this is why I don't give you a pass, because you know this has been going on forever. But then he wants to sit there and try and put on this same fake energy when he's like, oh, they said Penta's preposterous. Where's you or Dave on the air going, this is preposterous? Why aren't you doing this in front of Dave and going, Dave, that's fucking preposterous that this would be the case, that you'd book the show and not even know who's available yet for after the pay-per-view. And this also confirms what I've been saying for so long. Listen, the go-home shows and the after pay-per-view shows are the shits because nobody wants to work those. And everybody, if there's a pay-per-view, most people want to show up to TV 1 week, like Punk said, film all their shit, film 3 little backstage shits, go home, and then show up for 1 show a month or whatever. That's all you got to fucking do there. It's crazy.
The Monday after, yes.
And there was like
at least the stars. Like all of a sudden the main event's Hitchicero versus Orange Cassidy. After the 15 matches, why didn't you just not do 15 matches and save some of those matches for the go home show and the post show and make them feel bigger or whatever? But no, Tony, he's a terrible booker. Well, he's a great matchmaker. No, he's not. So is the AI in 2K, bruv. So if you pick any 2 random names, oh man, Miro versus Johnny TV, you're like, oh, that's a bang. Oh, Kenny Omega versus oh my god, Mystico. Oh, it's a banger. Moxley versus Christian. Oh my god, who'd have thought? Mike Bailey versus Ricochet. Who would have ever thought we see? You know what I mean? It's like you just fucking pick any names and you're like, oh, what a great crazy matchup. Doesn't mean it's true, right? So I don't know, man. Yeah, let's let Brian continue on.
Like there was like 2 segments announced for the show, and neither of them involved wrestling. And Dave said, well, you know, they had a whole card, but now they gotta make sure that everyone's available for Wednesday. And it's like they had a whole card, but now they got to make sure that everybody is available for Wednesday. And all I know is
Booker of the Year
is a couple of things. First off, I you know, once he said that, I started to hear from people, and they were like, "Come on, there really wasn't a whole card. What are you talking about?" Maybe there was. I don't want to doubt anybody, okay? But let's talk about this. If you had a whole card for Wednesday,
so even AEW folk are telling Brian, like, no, dude, Dave's demented and just lying and being exaggerative and not knowing that he's hurting AEW more than helping because he's always just talking shit and being a fucking dummy. And he fears facts and he fears flutes.
Wednesday. And so many people were beat up after that pay-per-view that you had to start over from scratch. Well, maybe we need to start talking about what we're letting everybody do at these pay-per-views.
Oh, everybody's beat up. And it's not even that, Brian. 40 fucking there was like 40 wrestlers on that fucking card. Like, who are you going to have for TV? That's what I mean. It's not just, oh, everyone's banged up. There was like 3 or 4 people banged up. You're trying to like skirt away from, no, he booked 15 fucking matches. Criticize that shit. You can't, because then you have to go, well, the less matches are better. Because it is. When WWE does 5 matches that actually mean some shit, it's better. I don't care what anyone says. So, I don't know, man. He still tiptoes around. It is what it is.
Scratch. Well, maybe we need to start talking about what we're letting everybody do at these pay-per-views, right?
No shit. Oh, yeah. So I say that 3 fucking years ago. I'm an asshole on Twitter. I say this on my podcast. I'm an E-drone fed drone. Right? Fuck you, Brian.
Is that just me? Yes, it might be. Yeah,
It's just you. No, Brian always does this thing where he comes to these epiphanies of things like everybody already thought of a long time ago, and he has to pretend he's just thinking of it now, and he's the one who just thought of it. No, yeah, no shit. That's what everyone's been saying. Don't book as many matches and don't do dumb shit. If there's going to be a cage match with a fucking Spanish fly and a spiked bat and all that, don't let the ladies have a death match on the same card. Don't do that. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Okay. Do the death match on Dynamite or whatever. Do the cage match on fucking Dynamite, whatever. Don't fucking don't let everyone do everything all the time. Don't let that should be the motto. That should be written on the fucking wall. That should be tattooed on Tony's fucking the palm of his hand. Don't let everyone do everything all the time. Don't let everyone do everything every time. Okay.
Crazy. We had a whole card for a TV show Wednesday, but so many people were damaged to the pay-per-view that we had to start over again from scratch. Okay. All right.
And we'll
right. And even that I think I don't think it's people were damaged. I think yeah, oh yeah, and then I quote tweeted this. I was like, dude, Cope versus Mox rematch, which nobody wants, for the AEW World Championship is taking place in Omaha. Unironically, it's the very last place the AEW Championship belt was spotted. Look, y'all, Omaha, dude. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this shit up. You can't make this up. You cannot make this shit up. Do you hear me? You can't make this shit up. Edge versus Mox 2, the match nobody wants, everyone groans at, in a street fight in Omaha. That's the last place anyone's seen the fucking world title of their company is Omaha. Right? They're going to have to fight this Asian lady for it, dude. They're going to have to go around the arena and find out what garbage bin she's hiding in. Oh, shit. It's a new stipulation. It's a... Holy man, you can't make this up. This is actually insane, dude. That's some fucking straight up simulation theory stuff. So here's the thing, right? They announce for AEW, they go, Jon Moxley will defend the AEW World Championship against Cope in a street fight on next week's Dynamite. Why? He got beat. The winner will face Swerve for the championship at Dynasty. So they're fighting for the title, and the winner of the title match gets to face Swerve. It's ass backwards, Tony Khan. The sports-based ranking. We're bringing the rankings back. He's never watched a real sport, or he doesn't understand how rankings work. And this guy doesn't understand how rankings work, and he's fucking... And I get it. People go, oh, come on now, Phil. It's not very fair. There's a number one contender, even in MMA or boxing, and you know this is likely who the champ is going to fight next. No, I get that, dude. Here's the problem, is that you did this twice in a row. You did this twice in a row. So typically what you'd like to do is have a champion face the number one contender, and then you establish either on the same card or near the same card another contender. You understand what I'm saying? And then you go, oh, the champion now we'll face this person, you know? Oh, it makes sense. This guy jumped up 3 spots in the rankings. The champion fights maybe once a year, twice a year, whatever, right? While the other people are sort of trying to stay more active. That's all I'm saying. It's just backwards. That's all, because he did it twice as well. So let me explain. They had a mini tournament where the champion and the number one contender fought to fight Omega at Revolution. So recently they had a mini tournament where Takeshita earned the right to fight fucking Omega and defend his own title against Omega at Revolution. Now they're having a tournament where the winner will face Omega at Dynasty. They just announced, okay? A tournament where Omega is the fucking end goal again at Dynasty. So it's like, what the fuck? And then I go, and a world champion fighting in a number one contender match to fight Swerve. So Moxley and Edge and Cope are going to fight for this title, and then the winner gets where I don't fucking know, dude. It's just so backwards all the time. And you can't do this twice in a row. You can't have it like, oh, you're fighting the champions fighting for a shot. Why would Moxley agree to any of this when he's tried to commit murders and he has the belt in a briefcase? How is it for the title with the graphic? No one even knows where the belt is or anything. Well, we do know where it is, right? In Omaha. But yeah, it's just you can't do it the backwards way every time, dude, because it's just the antithesis of like the purpose of the rankings, right? The champ is supposed to feel more special than the fucking guy with the burst eardrum who was just rolling around on the ground on Collision just, half hour ago or whatever. Anyways, Luchasaurus, aka Killswitch, was backstage at AEW Revolution, and I'm glad, man. I hope he's doing better. A number of sources indicated that there were discussions regarding him being used. So, yeah, expect him to pop up with Nick Wayne and Christian Cage there somewhere along the line. I don't know. Mercedes Moné will clash with Indy Hartwell tomorrow night at Hog City of Dreams. I think Megan Bain pulled out of this. I think this is where everyone's like, oh, Mercedes is going to beat Megan Bain for the belt. So maybe they switched that up because we blew that spot up, but maybe not. Maybe that was never the plan, but they switched it out. I think this is the same show. Maybe I'm wrong and this is a different one, but Indy Hartwell is in the match against Mercedes. So good for her, just making money. Indy got right to it. That's the way to be. So here's La Catalina taking pictures in. This isn't Harley Graham, by the way. So I guess she's signed or doing a dark match or something. I don't fucking know. The names listed as hurt after Revolution. Swerve Strickland had a broken eardrum. I don't believe it. He was just on Collision and he just phonily, fakishly was selling his ear. They're just like hijacking that from the Travis Scott popped eardrum slap thing. I truly believe that. They're trying to piggyback off of the searches or some shit like that. I don't know. Either way, Mercedes Moné has a bruised larynx, and Momo Watanabe has an ankle injury and on crutches after the show. So this is what I mean by Brian, just Lion Brian over here. He's trying to make a narrative, bro, that, it's not scrapped because of bad booking or incompetence or anything like that. The matches were scrapped because everyone's hurt. Well, according to you assholes, Mercedes, who's never she wouldn't have been on the show anyways. Momo, who 100% wouldn't have been on the show anyways. And then Swerve, who was just on Collision and doesn't actually seem to be injured.
Brian.
Like, it's not because of the wrestlers. It's because Tony doesn't know what the fuck he's ever doing. He books it before he knows. So I got such a cute little kick out of this, right? Vanessa Hudgens and Swerve Strickland, right? So this is awesome because she's a big wrestling fan. And of course she knows Swerve and she fucking is a fan. But look at all these people. The Fed fans about to be turning on her too. And then, the tribals are about to take this very personal and call her a traitor or something. Being a fan of wrestling is not a crime, chat. Swerve. All it is a bunch of fucking AEW sickos going, oh, man, look, WWE fans are going to be so mad. And then it's just nobody was mad and no one gave a fuck and nobody is doing what they all said that they thought everyone was going to be doing. And you know what I mean? It's just so sad, but kind of cute to see them all just like, and you go under there and blocked by like 90% of the people underneath King Gagao's thing there, right?
Stupid idiot.
I don't know. No one cares, bro. So Chris Jericho, our last bit of AEW news. So his price list, and Ringside News asks, would you ever? $100 for an autograph from Jericho, $100 for a selfie, and no voicemails or recordings are allowed. So chat, let me know, would you pay Chris Jericho $100 for an autograph or a selfie, or $200 for, I'm surprised he's not like, yeah, and $175 for both, Yeah.
You just made the list.
Maybe I would. No, I wouldn't. I'd pay that much to get on his cruise, though, right? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news. Round of applause for AEW news. Let's go. The whole chat just lit up. No, we wouldn't. Yeah, don't blame you. I can't say I blame you. Yeah, so we're going to do some WWE news. I'll check in with chat once more, right? And then we'll save the cute little sicko segment and the Dave Meltzer dumb moment, obviously, for the end there. Let me check in with chat, though, as we do. Miss October 30 says, I was annoyed that AEW stars didn't want to show up because of the shit they at the pay-per-view. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so those few people are hurt, maybe. Like Tony, like Tony and Mariah are more beat up than anyone, and they're not there, obviously. So maybe that just didn't make the list there for Wrestling Observer, but I don't know, man. That shouldn't be the issue. Like, that shouldn't be the issue. You have so many guys on the roster that you should be able to just have less matches and then put some interesting people and matches on the fucking show that people want to see. Like, what don't they understand about that? You know? Look at WWE. We're seeing LA Knight win the U.S. title back, and the Street Profits won the tag belts. We're seeing a bunch of title changes on the shows, right? And making those titles feel important and getting main event slots, because they're not going to be on the pay-per-views, and that's okay, because you have to do both. You have to have people who can drive the pay-per-view or the PLE viewership home, and you have to have people who are consistent on the show that people want to watch and get behind, like the Street Profits. It's like, finally, they got their fucking time, you know? So, yeah, you should have people to push with a roster that fucking size. You got Samoa Joe. He wasn't on the fucking pay-per-view, was he? Like, where's he at? He's not on the main event? Like, come on, man. I'd pay Jericho to never sing again. Well, joining me now on the show, ladies and gentlemen, I look and see it's not just me. STG212 says, I'd rather spend $100 to watch paint dry. Don't do it, bruv. You just send it over here and I'll do more videos. You know what I mean? This is like the same thing, right? According to Jose, the assistant. Watching paint dry, listening to PWT, right? So, no, shout out my guy Jose. Thank you all so much. Round of applause to you all. We are going to WWE news. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got WWE Federation news that we're going to get into here. So, Dynamite did 628, NXT did 732. So, we covered that before, but just a little reminder, right? Here's John Cena's dates, a little reminder there too. So, John Cena and The Rock's new pairing is reportedly under consideration to be named the Rock and Soul Connection.
You what?
Bro, WWE's just trolling the fucking dirt sheets at this point with this shit. The Rock and Soul Connection. This is from WrestleVotes and not Westel Votes, right? We're not dummy Daves, but WrestleVotes. One of the ideas being to label the duo the Rock and Soul Connection, a nod to The Rock's father, Soul Man Rocky Johnson, perhaps. The Rock and Soul Connection is an idea. It's not official. It's one of the ideas on the table to label the pairing of The Rock and John Cena. Yeah, dude. WWE has gotten away with making the sheets look so fucking stupid this year alone. Like 3-4 months in this year alone, that this is clearly a fucking troll. There's no other way to. They're just like having fun with them now. There are talks underway for a mega card event. which I don't know, like a mega event reportedly. Yeah, it would be it would be like over a weekend though. It's not, wouldn't be all one event. But in Saudi Arabia, that would bring WWE, UFC, and boxing together for one night. Okay, maybe. Here's the thing: if Turkey Al Sheikh wants to do it, he's gonna fucking do it, man. But if it's one night where they have like a showcase, like here's a boxing match, a UFC match, and a WWE match, and a blend of everyone on one card, I'm here for it, Eric, and I'll watch it, and I'd love that. But typically, Bellator would try shit like that, where it's like, okay, we're here in the cage for a fucking MMA bout, and let's go over to the ring over here for the kickboxing match, and just I don't know, just let them do their own things. But I mean, hey, I'll try anything once, I guess. So. Yeah, that is actually crazy. WWE reportedly planning a Perth show for September 2025. So Australia, see, they're building a market. I'm sure their ring will be 20 by 20, right? I'm sure the apron, the covers will be fitted. So Kylie Ray was on Evolve and said, work hard in the dark to shine in the light. So she's just loving being involved with Evolve. And it's good to see. I think that's the right place for her, Kevin Owens was spotted at Lucha Rebellion in Spain. So he's just sitting there chilling, watching a show in España. And a kid showed up like maskless, right? And he wrestled Gunther, which was fucking amazing. He looked so great. And it was awesome because I got to explain to my wife, the difference between being put over and helping someone get over. Like putting someone over and getting someone over, right? So like Gunther got Axiom over in that match, but he didn't put him over, right? But he helped get him over. So, yeah, moving along here. WWE Hall of Famer and AEW announcer Jim Ross reacts to John Cena's heel turn. He's like, I liked it. I liked the hell out of it, King. I thought it was timely. I thought it made sense. I thought it added to the show. A jaw dropper, to say the least. By God, he killed him. I had no issues with it at all. I thought it was fabulous. Good TV. A lot of people wanted it to happen in the past, but Vince was always very reticent in pulling the string on that deal. And one of the reasons, pardon me, is that Cena's merchandise numbers were astonishing. Still will be. Still will be. He still will kill. So Wrestle Tales, and people were like, Fightful debunked this, and some people were like, Shinsuke's robbed WWE of money for so long. He just shows up on SmackDown. Kinshasa's the fuck out of Damian Priest. Like, yeah, bro, he ain't going nowhere. But yeah, Shinsuke Nakamura's contract is reportedly up soon, and there's no interest in WWE to renew his contract for a new deal. No, they'll renew him. He'll just have to take less money, and people are like, oh, he just wants to chill and surf and shit. That's such a dirt sheet rumor that isn't true, dude. They just didn't have shit for him, and he's like, I'll do jujitsu and surf and not complain and be thankful that they want to use me when they can. Shinsuke's an attraction. You guys got to understand. He's a guy that, yeah, I mean, he's a guy that some people revere this dude. Like, we're talking about New Japan was hot, dude. They revered this. There's people in America who are like, you're lucky if you got to see this guy one time in your wrestling fandom, or even in like Canada, right? I think he's wrestled there a handful of times. So I'm fortunate enough to have seen Shinsuke one time, and I was marking out so hard, So, yeah, I just don't know what to tell you. They would re-sign him. He would probably have to take a pay cut. Maybe, if they weren't going to use him as much, but then that's the give and take of that. Or they keep him on the same, like, I don't know his personal bit. I don't know what he's getting paid, but I do believe, like, you guys got to think Rumble winner. Vince had people on those big deals and shit. So I don't know, but Rumble winner, WrestleMania main eventer, quote unquote, like fought for the title, however you want to word it. Multiple time champion, legendary. Who cares? Let him fucking leave and go get Tony's money and wrestle at an All In. Like, I wouldn't care at all if he went back to Japan. I don't even think he'll do that. I think they'll just keep Shinsuke to keep that connection strong with like Noah and all of that stuff. And I don't see him going anywhere. And I don't know what Fightful debunked. People were like, Fightful debunked this. Debunked what? They're not debunking. It's gossip and selling dick pills, according to Sapp. It's not fucking debunking anything. But they just, refuted this report is what they did. And who gives a shit whether his contract's coming up or not? I don't see him. He likes being in America. We're the kids in America. Whoa. And so he's going to stay there, I think, even if that means going to AEW. So, and like, what's he going to do? Go back to New Japan and what? Maybe have a couple like Legend. I'll do one more with fucking Tanahashi or something. Maybe he'll go put Gabe Kidd over for them. But what would be the point of that? I think he would be a guy you keep on the roster and try and get like the way that the UFC. So like WWE wrestlers and shit can tap into the UFC Performance Institute. Same with their boxers. They just built one in Mexico. The Performance Center. Don't be shocked if, and they're talking about a Vegas residency and shit. Don't be shocked if we see a Performance Center pop up in like Japan or Mexico or something as well. Or, if WWE starts operating off of what UFC already has built going on over there as well. And Shinsuke's a guy where if I'm WWE, they don't need to do this, but I don't know, dude. You send Shinsuke to all those because they just formed like the NWA in Japan. It's called like the United Japanese Pro Wrestling, UJPW or some shit. Send Shinsuke out there as like your ambassador of like, yes, we fucking want a part of that and try and get New Japan in. I think WWE and New Japan should be working together more than AEW. It's just my opinion. I just don't think AEW's helped New Japan whatsoever. But anyways, JD McDonough says it was his idea to take the RKO off the top of the War Games. So speaking with Giga Chad Van Vliet, he's like, yeah, it was my idea. My first idea was I was going to moonsault off the cage, and they said, no, you can't do that. Charlotte's going to do that. I said, okay, well, in that case, I have a slightly more dangerous suggestion. I said super RKO. And they asked, do you think you can do it safely? I'd have to eyeball it. I'd have to get up there onto the cage and see the height. But I reckon I could. In the match, Randy's walking over. He's eyeing me up and stuff. I thought about all those bumps that I took. I was okay. Just do it like that. I just put your hands behind your back and leave your head out there for something to grab. And yeah, thank God it came off great. Dude, it came off so great. It was great. I mean, I only watch AEW. No, it was amazing. So WWE's introducing the European Football League Legacy titles. So what do y'all think about that, huh? I don't know. Are any of you guys footy fans? We're football fans. I don't know. These are pretty fire, though. And they're just partnering with everyone. And I like that they have sort of a different design for, like they're going with the round ones for this, whereas like other leagues might get a different shape of belt or whatever. I don't know. WWE's just fucking crushing. I'm going to give that a like. They're just crushing it right now. Those are some pretty belts. Hulk Hogan accused of making kids cry before leaving them stranded at beer tour event, brother. It's a beer tour event, guys. I get it. You want to bring your kids. You want to spread Hulkamania. UWJP, I think it was. Yeah. You want to spread Hulkamania, but it's like, brothers, it's a beer thing. He can't be taking pictures with kids in front of like beer banners and while he's half cut, probably drinking the beers. You know what I mean, dude? It's just you have some people are probably tasting the beer and buying the beer and stuff. I don't even blame Hulkster for this one. You know what I mean? He's like, well, let me tell you something, kids. Fuck you. No. Let me tell you something, dudes. Real American beers for everyone except for children, Jack. Yeah, he's just telling him, man. Say your prayers and eat your vitamins, dudes. God damn it. Smoke your blunts and drink your beers, brothers. WWE has filed to trademark Grande Americano. So, who's Grande Americano? Let's think. It's clearly fucking Chad Gable. Okay. They need to make a Fulham belt. That'd be pretty funny. They have a Jaguars one, man. But yeah, Grande Americano, fucking Chad Gable, dude. So here's the vignette for Phoenix. Now, listen, I'll say allegedly, right? But
Allegedly.
obviously. But I did hear some funny shit about this. That like, whatever. You guys fucking hate Husey sometime. I don't know, but I heard some funny stuff actually about this and Conan. But yeah, this is Ray Phoenix, like obviously, and he is going to get. And WWE's probably going to pull me for this one. Well, not pull me, but I'll get a yellow flag and have to clip this out after. So check out Patreon if things significant enough get clipped out. I just upload it to Patreon. Maybe the volume off will help. And this is actually just a snippet of it. Like there's a longer version I think I bookmarked as well, where he's like walking the ropes. He's like walking across the rope. Maybe that's a vignette they're airing on Raw or SmackDown. I don't know. We had 2 trippy vignettes. It's awesome though. Ray Phoenix is going to get his SmackDown solo run. And then they'll reunite Penta and Phoenix like the fucking Dudley boys. Like they'll be able to say, oh, Phoenix, actually the brother of Monday Night Raw's Penta. And then you give Phoenix a chance to see maybe he can blow up too. Maybe he can fucking create the waves Penta is. I've always said Ray Phoenix is their fucking Rey Mysterio. It could be AEW's Rey Mysterio if they booked him right. Well, now he's about to be WWE's new Rey Mysterio. You know what I'm saying? Because he's spectacular, right? I love Dragon Lee, but there's something about Ray Phoenix where he has that extra hang time. He throws caution to the wind, but it's like calculated, you know? It's he'll hurl himself at someone and like take the brunt of it, but make it look so good. And he has that extra like ability to float in the air and make things look pretty. So this looks like the fucking intro to Rampage. This is Rampage. Yeah, it's the show that y'all been waiting on. They just grabbed footage from the last place Phoenix was spotted. No. But yeah, this is Ray Phoenix, like undoubtedly, in case anyone tries to say it isn't. And yeah, I don't know. I think we get a maybe WrestleMania or after that. We see, because remember, the draft's going to go down. So maybe we just see Ray Phoenix debut at Mania, or maybe right before the SmackDown before Mania, he debuts, and then maybe Penta goes over, or he goes over, or they just wait. And you guys remember, like, they split up the Dudleys, then at that one pay-per-view, fucking Devon ran out in his Dudley gear to back up Bubba Ray and hit a 3D, I think, on 3-minute warning through the table. And so we're going to get some shit like that with Phoenix and Penta, where reunited and it feels so good. But for now, I'm so happy he gets a solo run. Like, they're really just sticking it to AEW with shit like this. I gotta be honest. But yes, that is allegedly that is Ray Phoenix. Okay, so obviously you can just tell, like, what the fuck, right? But yeah, I asked flat out. I was like, come on, right? Just so I'm gonna tell you guys, do you think Mandy Rose made the right choice by leaving WWE? She claims she earns 10 times her WWE salary. She released a podcast saying from WWE paychecks to $1 million months, and it's like, did she make the right choice? Yeah. If you're okay showing your tits for $1 million, then yeah, go do that. You know, I mean, if that's your right choice, I guess. But I mean, it depends. Do you want to wrestle or do you want to show your tits? It's like, if you want to wrestle, then no, it wasn't the right choice. But only she can tell you that. It's not up to us to tell you what the right choice is there. Speaking of tits, Nikki Bella and John Cena reunited, and it felt so good for the first time in 8 years at Royal Rumble. So Nikki goes, I was in a circle talking to people. John came to shake everyone's hand. He shook my hand, but the thing was, when he walked away, all the girls were like, oh my gosh. I'm like, she's married. Be respectful. And that was it. That was nice. And it was great because breaking the ice, and, you know, we just both happen to be back at the same time. It's a good feeling. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone thought Cena was a menace on that show, but I mean, her last husband, shit didn't work out too great over there. Cena seemed pretty nice compared to that guy. Oh, shit. It's getting late here, folks. We got to do the damn thing. Okay, moving along. So JD McDonough says he hopes to return to the ring within the next month. So after suffering the broken ribs and the punctured lung, he goes, I haven't taken a bump yet. That'll be the next step. Get back in the ring, hit the ropes, see if that hurts, take a bump, see if that hurts. If I could be back, I'd be back right now. Hopefully I'm going to put a time frame on it. Say within a month, I hope to be back. That's what I'm working towards. So whether it happens or not, whether the WWE docks a line, that we'll see. And CVV usually interviews his guests like a few weeks, I want to say, before they come out, like a week or two minimum, I want to say. So, yeah, it could be close. Also, yeah, we get Finn and JD. You guys want my fucking fantasy mark booking? Again, I hate being right about all this shit all the time. No, but JD returns at this Raw, and then Finn gets the IC title off of Braun Breaker. And then at Mania, we get Demon Finn to face Breaker. Then Breaker will beat Demon Finn and give him like that win back. And then I think we'll see JD and Finn break off. And then we'll see like Carlito and Dom maybe, and Liv and Raquel continue that Judgment Day thing. I think we're going to see fucking Finn and JD break away from that sooner than later. But yeah, either way. Yeah, hopefully. I'm glad he's doing better, though. That's scary shit. So here's the other vignette we got. Everyone's saying this is Malachi Black now. I have no allegedly. I have not asked anyone. I don't fucking know. What would the 4 mean with Malachi? Maybe. We don't know yet, but maybe when he comes back, it's like 3. Like the next one vignette we see is like 3, and then we see a little more than like 2, and then like 1, and then it's like 1 week away or something. Who knows? I have no fucking clue. It's interesting. Or what does the letter 4 have to do with Malachi Black? Who knows? Or maybe it's not him at all, but you got to think it's him. But then vignettes. What I love is this feels very old school. Like we got vignettes for 2 different wrestlers coming to SmackDown. So they're both going to be on SmackDown. Obviously, they need to beef up that United States division. So if this is Malachi, sweet. If not, chat, who do y'all think it is if it's not Malachi? Someone's saying if you're going to bring back the Demon, you can't have him lose in like a week. You wrote loose there, by the way. Lose is L-O-S-E. A lot of people make that mistake. Grammar police. Here's the thing, right? I think you could beat Demon. I was going to say Demon Phil. You can beat Demon Finn with Breaker because you're just trying, like, you guys, Finn's old as fuck, man. Not saying he can't go. Not saying he doesn't. He signed his last deal. You know, you put Breaker over the Demon. Like, oh my God. Like, the only way Finn really has the confidence to beat him one-on-one is with the Demon. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think you do start putting people over. Because the Demon's like, oh, I can beat Samoa Joe now, right? Like, that's the idea. It's like, I'm the Demon Kane now type shit, right? It's like his demon mode. So I think you do have people beat well, when you bring it back, okay, he gets a win over maybe Breaker as the Demon, and then, you know, but he doesn't need to get wins. You want to start getting Breaker and some of these people over some of these other people before everyone retires, before we just hit in 5 years. We have everyone. Rock's gone, Cena's gone, Punk's gone, Cody's gone, Roman's gone. Like, do you think that could happen too? It could, man. We could, in 5 years, we could get to where it's like, oh shit. So you got to put these guys. I know that it's like, oh, they can go till they're 55 now. That's great. But you got to put people over other people. Right. And you got to keep us guessing or it's no fun. Someone said as well. Yes, I agree with that. The Demon. Well, yeah, you guys like how I grammar policed. That's one of the main ones, though. Loose and lose. People fucking don't realize L-O-S-E is lose, right? So you see that all the time. Anyways, moving along. Let's watch this little vignette. It's just a 4, right? I mean, I could have made this on Canva, but look, that's something, right? So my like, do you see the smoke? This outline is of somebody. Okay, that bellow, and my belief, like I was trying to say that this is Malachi's face right here in the smoke. Now, some people might be like, oh, come on now, Phil, you're just seeing stuff in clouds. I see a chicken nugget. I see a Blue Chew. Here's the thing, though. They hid the little X's in the background. Liv Morgan pointed out, look, this is the Easter egg nobody found in my T-shirt where I hid this, and it was like my return date or whatever the fuck. They're doing stuff like that all the time. And when I first saw this and I had the frame paused, I was like, is this a face? Is this like Malachi's face? I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm off on that. But you move along. And then the second bellow here, like they have a smoke effect, but I'm telling you, this isn't smoke rising. Like this on the left, that's someone right there. Like that's what they're trying to show us. Is that like was that his body, like his back or whatever? I don't. Malachi with a 4, like maybe it's like a or Alistair Black, and like with a 4 in the black, and he debuts with like 3 people or some shit, and maybe there's like a spooky group or something. But then here's my only problem with this. With Malachi being on SmackDown, didn't the fucking Wyatt 6 just move there too? So like, come on, man. I don't, you know, how much spooky stuff are we gonna have on? Unless they're all just he takes the group over. So I don't fucking know. But this could also not be Malachi at the same time. So we'll see with all of that. Anywho, moving along. Big things ahead for this Hawaiian powerhouse. So one source claimed that Jeff Cobb is already on WWE's internal roster. So as we saw earlier on the show, apparently Tony Khan fumbled.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
He didn't fumble him. He just didn't sign him like everyone thought. And Jeff Cobb will do so well in WWE. And a lot of people are like, oh, fucking team him with Bronson Reed and shit. I don't know about all that, but maybe I think he's like from Guam. Didn't he represent like here, let me look up Jeff Cobb. Like, didn't he represent like Guam in the fucking Olympics or something like that, dude? He's from Hawaii. So is he technically Samoan though? Nationality Guam? So yeah, I'll just type in like is Jeff Cobb Samoan or like Tongan? He has Filipino descent. So yeah, I just don't know if that's the move unless they're like, well, he's from Hawaii, brah. Go with Christ, brah. Dog the Bounty Hunter, right? And there's like it's Hawaii, brah. Maybe they could do that, but I don't think you should do that. I don't think you just stick him with Bronson Reed, right? I think you bring Bronson Reed in and he joins up with like Hikuleo and, you know, the other Fatu, I think, or Lance Hawaii they have under contract, and Hikuleo. And then obviously like Solo and Jacob are going to split up, but I don't think they're doing that at Mania. I think they wanted to do that, but they're moving away from that. And I think at Mania, like Solo's taking the backseat to Jacob right now, because at Mania, Solo's going to fucking spike Jacob. And then he's going to go babyface, and then we'll see that divide there, you know? But anyways, yeah, Cobb, just let him be his own guy. Not every brown dude's got, and I'm not one of the people like, oh, Triple H just sticks the races together, but like, no, right? Not everyone's Samoan, bro. So here's Molly Holly. This is WWE Confidential or something. I don't know. They had camcorder footage of Molly Holly's wrestling debut with her story of expectation versus reality, which I love. Cobb is from America, but his nationality is Guam, and so he represented Guam in the games or whatever, right? His ethnicity is, or nationality, is Guam, I guess, but he is an American, you know, and like, I guess, right, first and foremost born in America, right? But he what was I gonna say? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to stick him with, like, why do that? Just let him do his own thing. And then also, like, isn't he 42 or some shit like that? He's not going to NXT, guys, okay? There's a lot of people skipping, but they're going to go to he's 42 years old. So, but they'll go to the Performance Center. So he'll go and learn their fucking stuff. The same with Penta. Penta was in the PC, getting in shape, getting to know people. And who was his first opponent or two? He probably touched them both a few times in the PC. They probably worked out together a few times, and they just ran the way they have those matches in front of the groups of the Performance Center kids. I bet they just had Penta do that you know, and the same way The Rock's like he works the Kofi brothers and Wolfgang and shit when he's getting ready. Like those are the guys that help him get ready for his comebacks and shit. Penta's in there just like working the Kofi brothers, get, you know, the Kofi brothers, like, or coffee, whatever, to get in ring shit. They'll just do that with guys like Jeff Cobb and shit. And Phoenix. I'm sure Phoenix is tonight. He was probably in the fucking PC flipping around, you know, working his match with whoever his debut match is going to be against. So yeah. Anyways, though, here's how Molly Holly came up. So none of that PC bullshit. She's standing behind the fucking door of a pickup truck. Molly Holly's fucking adorable. Just a treasure to the biz. And you see her in the background of LFG all the time and shit as well. So WrestleOps, one of the ideas discussed for The Rock and John Cena has been to label them the Rock and Soul Connection. Brian Gewirtz just smashes this fucking rumor into oblivion.
Smashed your knee to oblivion.
Your sources are drunk. So there you fucking go. Dirt sheets in the mud. Again, I'll leave this one small here, but this is the video package for meet and greets with Triple H for like $8,000. And no, that's not a joke. So, here we go.
This is the King of Kings.
Yeah, Triple H should have been inducted like before he was the boss. That's why I'm glad they're doing it now. He shouldn't pull the Vince and be like, I don't ever want to be acknowledged. He shouldn't do that. He should get it out of the way because it's like, no, your career is one of, it's like, how the fuck weren't you already in it? You know, yeah, like who else do you get to headline? That's the perfect one. And then you do Batista next year or whatever. So NXT star Axiom A Kid made a surprise appearance at Lucha Libre Rebellion. This means he is in his home country of Spain, where tomorrow's SmackDown is taking place. And then he wrestled there. We all know, and just a fucking, can we just say a tremendous match with Gunther? Like, fucking tremendous. You know what I mean? Gunther did a great job of just hitting like 4 moves, then winning overall. Like the whole match, he landed like 5 shits and then won. But it was just David versus Goliath. And when you have 2 guys who can work like that, I was explaining to my wife too, you know, because we're talking about NXT, and she's like, well, these people are really good over here. Da, da, da. And I'm like, yeah, you know, people like, you know, Fraxium, they're on this crazy tag title run. So like they don't need to go. Like, what's the point of calling them up right now? I get why you leave them there, but like they don't need to be there, right? And I'm explaining to her, like, some people kind of need to be in NXT, right? Some people really don't. This is one of the guys who doesn't, you know, but he's there. But well, he should be there right now, just in context of what's going on in NXT. He's on a great title run, and like he's getting the rub from the Hardys and stuff right now. But like if you called Fraxium up to the main roster, I know they're small, but I'd rather watch them than DIY. 10 times out of 10, I'd rather watch them than DIY. So that's all I'm saying. And not to like lower one to raise the other, but you guys know how it is here. We're critiquing shit. So Karrion Kross is taking on fucking Alex Hammerstone, dude, and he doesn't have any logo. Like, so Hammerstone is done with TNA, no logo, but WWE Superstar Kross versus Hammerstone. Holy shit. Holy shit. I can't wait for that match, okay? So yeah, that'll be a good one. NXT, Shawn Michaels, WWE main roster. This is what we need to see. Ethan Page, Hammerstone, and who else? One more guy, just main roster. You know? Or Kross, man. Kross could lead like a Hammerstone, Ethan Page. Maybe not. I think Page should be the leader if they do a faction like that. But yeah, I just hope Hammerstone doesn't go AEW because he'll just get Wardload, you know? But yeah, dude, that's at the Mecca, the benefit for Bay, dude. So I love that so much. Per WrestleVotes, and this was actually backed up by a few other sheets, I suppose. So WWE is exploring the possibility of hosting a post-WrestleMania event in Las Vegas on April 20th. So it's on 4/20 as well. Where's my smokers at? Right? So we'll all be having a laugh, but tentatively titled The Roast of WrestleMania, featuring comedian Tony Hinchcliffe. Now, wrestlers get in their feels sometimes. The wrestler roast is a thing that's happened, and they're kind of funny, but sometimes, wrestlers take themselves too seriously. That being said, Tony Hinchcliffe would be the perfect guy to host it or to work on it. He's a huge wrestling fan. He's fucking hilarious. If you've seen him on his he's good at roasting. I don't know. I'm not like the biggest fan of his stand-up in general. There's not really a lot of it out there anyways. You can't really find a lot of it. And I saw a special one shot like years ago. I'm not like the biggest fan, but his roasting and Kill Tony is fucking hilarious. Like just off the cuff, he's so good at just like making fun of people. And so I don't know. And then like obviously he wrote his jokes for the roast or whatever, like of Tom Brady that he was on, that he just absolutely stole the show. And like, so obviously he can write good jokes, but it's when he's roasting. Like anytime I've heard him telling jokes, I've been like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. Is this guy funny? But watch Kill Tony and he's just off the cuff at roasting. He's just one of a kind. So one of a kind. Hey, so either way. And this is the other thing too that should be mentioned. A bunch of the Comedy Central roasts from back in the day, Tony was like a writer on them. Or I don't know about a bunch of them, but he has some credits. I think like maybe a couple of them for sure. Like some of the most viewed ones. He was a writer, but like wasn't on the actual dais, like fucking telling the jokes, but he was like helping celebrities like Snoop Dogg write their jokes and shit like that. So he would be awesome to host this thing. And they say you roast the ones you love. Right. And that's why I talk shit about wrestling, bro. I love it to death. I love it. So I talk shit about it. You fight with your family, you fight with people you love, or else you don't love them. You know what I mean? To some degree, not a Bear Bronson level or whatever that was. Not like that. Oh, well, hold on. There is limits, right? We mean like emotionally and shit, right? No, sorry, but dark humor here. But no, it's this is a great idea. I think they should do it. I just don't want to see any wrestlers like get actually offended by anything. The Ric Flair roast was fucking hilarious and is tremendously underrated. I should like watch it with you guys on Patreon or something sometime. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. That's not very fair to EFAP it on Patreon. Because it is hilarious. But either way, they should do this. Usually, though, with these roasts, so if they just call it the roast of WrestleMania, like if this was the Vince era, this is what we'd hear the idea was. And then we just get one of those network shows where Tony Hinchcliffe's just standing in a room, like roasting moments, like, oh, talk about, and it would be like, it would be all clean comedy and shit. But if they do this and they do it with Netflix, and because Netflix needs another big name to get roasted, like the Tom Brady roast. And if you guys go way back in PWT lore, in PWT history as well, go back. I said a long time ago that who Netflix wanted after the Tom Brady roast is they were kind of looking at wrestlers. They're looking at someone like The Rock or a LeBron James, or The Rock, though, was someone I fucking heard. Now, I don't know, man. I maybe wrote a thing or two. I maybe fucking been around the block. I said that a long time ago on PWT, like in the early days. I was like, hey, man, I'm hearing that The Rock. So I'm not shocked at all by this, just so y'all know. And I think it's a matter of time before this happens, whether it's this WrestleMania or not. I just hope they let it be a roast. It has to be like they have to be free to say whatever the fuck they want. And it will trigger so many wrestling fans. It will trigger the IWC. Oh, I can't wait for the meltdowns and the reaction to it. And I can't wait for this. I'll watch it with you guys. I don't fucking know. It'll be amazing. Because I'm a huge fan of comedy and I'm a huge fan of pro wrestling. And you should do this. It's going to trigger everyone. It'll be awesome. But you have to be able to laugh at shit. Unlike Brad Shepard, who can't laugh at fucking jokes, about a big Jack Jordan Grace beating the shit out of him, which she could. She beat the shit out of fucking 95% of wrestling fans too. But anyways, though, yes, I'm all for this. And fucking do it. Pull the trigger on that. Lillian Garcia announced that tonight was her final night being SmackDown full-time ring announcer, which is weird, just like the first European show. And then the rest, they're like, peace out, come to this one Europe show, and then go home. I guess she speaks Spanish, no? And they're in Barcelona. They speak Spanish in Barcelona, right? Two languages, Catalan and Spanish. There you go. Yeah, Barcelona. So anyways, yeah, Lillian Garcia gone again. I wonder for who. Who?
Wow, wow, wow. Oh my gosh, what an incredible night. España, de verdad, ustedes fueron una maravilla. Barcelona, increíble. It was just absolutely incredible. And even though I'm an American, I actually grew up here in Spain. So it was just so exciting to be back. But I have some news. This was actually my last SmackDown as the full-time announcer. There's just a new era upon us. Things are being shifted around. However, I am going to Saturday night's main event on NBC and Peacock, so I'm very, very excited. I'm going to be singing at certain special events, and also I am working with the WWE on some new projects. So I invite you to follow me and just keep.
Is she in the fucking Hall of Fame? She should be if she's not.
Along this journey.
She is. Yeah, I believe she is, right?
It's a brand new chapter, and we'll see what happens. But this is home for me. I'm not going anywhere. I absolutely love the WWE, and you guys have been so incredible ever since I came back. Can't thank you enough for the welcome. So let's see where this goes. But I will be heading to Germany this weekend. So I'm so excited. Germany, Alemania, we're coming for you. All right. Hope you
Oh, so she'll be in Germany this weekend. Solid.
make a lot of noise, just like Spain did. We're so excited. All right. In the meantime, much peace, love, and passion to you. And you never know if I pop up on Raw or SmackDown whenever I'm needed.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, that's the perfect move. You just have Lillian there to come in when needed. You know, someone needs a break. She can just fill in. She's a name. She's known. And yeah, I don't know. She did tremendous work. Even if she wasn't in WWE, folks, she'd go do like MMA again or worlds. She was doing all type of shit. So yeah, shout out Lillian Garcia. It was so great to have her back for a little while as well. I think she does tremendous work. Conquer Kissimmee. What the fuck is this? CCW Coastal Championship Wrestling presents a WWE ID official match. Aaron Rourke, Jack Cartwheel, and it's Gal. If you've been watching Evolve, you've seen these guys. 3 standouts for sure. So yeah, it's Gal just has a great look and personality. Jack Cartwheel can wrestle. Can do some really cool spots, man. Got to reel it in a little bit, like kind of rushes through everything. Aaron Rourke as well, just working with his gimmick there. So something to keep an eye on. Okay, breaking. John Cena is advertised for the WWE Backlash in St. Louis on May 10. It's the first PLE after WrestleMania. Cena is winning his 17th title, is what this guy's saying here. Elite Rockers. Now, this very likely could be the case. Obviously, it's a fucking coin flip. It's either he's going to win or he's not. But if he's advertised for this show too, it seems likely he'll be defending the title, and that's why. Card subject to change, pal. So according to Fightful, The Miz and Dragon Lee are both up this year. Well, let's read this. This is according to Fightful here, okay, chat? So we don't fucking know. We have The Miz. This is according to Fightful. I don't know if this is actually factually or not. The Miz through 2025. Okay, so The Miz, obviously, he's the kind of guy, I think he'd take a bit of a pay cut. They'd want to keep him around because he's legit been a star in different avenues as well. And he's a company player. He doesn't care if you need him to get beat up or lose or win or go heel or babyface or in a tag. He'll just do whatever. And he could be on commentary. He could be behind the scenes. He could be on the mic doing whatever. Like I could see him being, like the way like Michael Hayes was doing backstage interviews at one point. The Miz could be doing that. He could be at the commentary. I'd fucking have him commentating Evolve, dude. And I'd get rid of some of these like Peter Rosenberg and Robert. It's like whatever. They're not terrible, but why not put the Miz there as a guy who's like, yeah, I've been Hollywood and whatever. These indie kids need to, and he can heel. And Rosenberg's like, oh, come on now, Miz. That's not very fair to say these kids should go Hollywood. No. Dragon Lee through 2025. Okay. So, hey, all I'm saying, dude, Ray Phoenix taking that spot, bro. You better fucking no. Who knows if these are even accurate, too? These could all be wrong. Nick Khan has an employee agreement running through 2026. He'll just be there forever. Corey Graves, early 2027, Fightful report. Confirmed, locked in. Right? So early 2027, Graves is done. Hopefully he sticks it out on NXT. I really like him in book. And Vic Graves is the guy you just plug in anywhere, though, and he's just fantastic. Chad Gable, June 2027. Okay, they'll probably re-sign him again after that. Angel Garza, 2027. Now that could be one where it's like, all right, what are you doing here? However, yeah, cool. So plenty of time. Rey Mysterio until late 2027. I don't see him going anywhere ever again either. Dominic Mysterio, he is a WWE lifer. Finn Balor, April 2029, and then he's probably done. He's probably donezo. And again, Balor, I'll throw this out there, just like AJ. All those Bullet Club guys, you have to understand, they will go to AEW for one show and get a bag or whatever they got to do. Not sign on. I don't see Finn being like, yeah, I'm here for 3 years. I could totally see him retiring, not signed, showing up, just doing a one-off. And I don't think Triple H and them would be petty. Like, it doesn't help them none to have 50-year-old Finn Balor show up in 2030 to do a one-off. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Okay. So yeah, I could totally see that. But he's not going to get that demon merch, bro. That we sell, but they're going to resurrect the demon. They have to one more time to just give it that last like Triple H booked run of the demon. You know, that's the problem. A bunch of these guys like Black, they didn't get their proper runs. That's why Miro, I'm like, I don't even think they really want or need him because he'll cost a lot of money. And Vince already wrote him out to Mania on a tank. Like, that's not a Triple H guy per se. Although he did come up through NXT, but he's not a. It might have been a little bit before NXT was like NXT, though. No, I want to say Rusev came in like right at that time where it sort of changed. But yeah. Anyways. Sheamus, September, he ain't going anywhere. He fucking signed for a long time. Orton, obviously, and this is probably his last ever like in-ring deal. Like, we won't get more Orton, and his back struggling and shit. So Booker T runs through 2029. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere. You know, ROW's ID'd and everything. Jordan Grace, she's just now she's in the WWE, so her career is just blossoming the next 5 years, signed up for. Amazing. Alexa Bliss, yeah, of course, for lifer. Owens as well. It's probably his last deal ever, like, to wrestle. And then Taker, 2034. So, yeah, he signed that 15-year deal in 2019. So this is like he's still getting that big money. And luckily he's friends with HBK and Triple H, and they did that whole end of the era. Like, you know, these guys are bros, regardless of Vince being there or not, which is good because he's more, like, active. Before, he was just like chilling, man. He's just not doing shit. It was like Chuck Liddell with the UFC. Like, Vince would just kept him signed to a deal in case, like, if I need you in Saudi, pal, you know, like, if I just need you randomly, you have to come wrestle again or put the fucking dead man thing on. But, well, no, I guess Vince was there when they let him become the American Badass and become like Mark Calloway and all that. But you guys know what I mean. He wouldn't be like featured the way he is, as prominently, like backstage meeting up with Obafemi, like, yo, this is your yard, and on the LFG show and all that. I really don't think he would. This is more like just keep him so he didn't go do his like one-man show at StarCast and shit. Oh, come on now, Vince. That's not very fair to sign Undertaker up to a 15-year deal, right? When I'm trying to get him on StarCast when it was already announced and it's on the same weekend as a healthy AEW. Oh, come on.
Come on now, Eric.
That's not very fair to blow up my fucking spot like that, Vincent Kennedy. Yeah, so that's what Fightful's saying about these contracts. That's a good little report there. So here's the Street Profits. They won the tag titles. It's about goddamn time, man. It's been too long since they should have gotten them. I feel like this is long overdue. I feel like it makes it feel more special now. Hopefully they actually have a good run. These belts have been passed around more times than a kitten on one of Vince McMahon's planes, right? He had kittens, an abundance of kitties. They to hand out to his friends, allegedly. So that's a nice happy humor joke now. But yeah, dude, I mean, these belts are being jambled around. I think we get the Profits versus Motor City. It's crazy too because these guys are all like heelish now, but the crowd's so behind them. So it's kind of, I don't know. To me, I'm looking at this like WWE. What the fuck are you doing with your tag division right now? But these are the right guys to give the belts to right now, just because they haven't had them and we've all wanted it for so long, and they just put on consistently good matches, and we know that they'll be there. I'll be there. So yeah, let's watch this clip. I'm happy for them, but basically, like, aren't they supposed to be bad guys now or whatever? So the crowd's like behind them and shit, and then what, they go against Motor City and we're like kind of celebrating them, but they were kind of being cheered the whole match. And tag division feels real messy right now, man. I thought they were really going to get it under control after last year's Mania. I've given it up until the last couple months to where I've finally been like, all right, what the fuck are they doing? But this was a good call though, and the match was really fun. Great main event, and just to see this moment right here, we've wanted this for so long. And it sucks that like the red cups aren't all in the air and shit, but also this more serious Street Profits. I love that a lot more.
Yeah! The new tag champions! We're here!
Yeah. I like them as a tag. I don't want to really see them break up yet either. That's the thing. So Chelsea Green just buried this sicko. So Wrestle Purists were like, they talk about what Dave Meltzer said about the heat on Jade Cargill with the Shayna Baszler stuff, which we're going to get into in a bit here. But you know, Shades of Bougie tags Chelsea Green and is like, stop spreading rumors and misinformation. Chelsea Green responds and is like, Amanda, please. And I'm trying to say this as kindly as I can. Fuck right off. Unless you are here and know what you are talking about, you and the rest of these internet trolls who deem someone guilty without any information are the problem. And that's on misinformation. So yeah, just own this chick for calling her out for no reason. Like, I don't think Meltzer even mentions Chelsea at all. So this chick just fucking hates Chelsea. Yeah, see, here's the longer version of the... yeah, can't wait to see him. Cero miedo animo. Vince Russo calls Paul Heyman's promos one-dimensional and overreacting. Bro, overacting. Bro, let me tell you something. Me, the great Vince Russo. Bro, I know a thing or two about overacting, bro. I know a thing or two about overact. And let me tell you something, bro. Paul Heyman has gone too far. The facial expressions, bro, listen, I created Stone Cold, bro, and I know, trust me, I worked with The Rock, bro, and I know about overacting, bro. Vince Russo is just saying this shit because he thinks this is going to get him, like, attention. You know what I mean?
Shut up, bitch!
Now, at least he's willing to like call WWE out in times when people aren't willing to, even though sometimes it's like, what are you even talking about? And you know, he's not like Shillington, but he's just trying to like, I don't know what he's doing. He's just trying to like talk shit. I don't know if he thinks, I don't know. I'm covering it right. I'm covering it right now. So there you go. Maybe it worked, but yeah, he's just trying to be like outrageous. Look at this completely, bro. The thing that's just brain dead and makes no fucking sense, bro. Trust me, because I made Stone Cold. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE. Be gone. So let's get into our sicko segment here. where we got a few things. You guys might see some other sicko action in here, but for the time being, we're going to stick to the main story. I am going to check in with chat as well, but I just want to get my ducks in a row over here. And chat, let me know how you guys are doing. And yeah, here. This is so funny. Oh my goodness. This is going to be good. Okay, so where are we? Yeah, it starts like about, yeah, okay. So chat, let me check in with you guys here for a quick sec. I'm confused, Jordan. Ducks, that's ridiculous. Mid-30s is nothing, man. Okay. History of DDP, WWE will push. Okay, neither does he. I invented Paul Heyman. bro. Bro, listen. Extreme Championship of Wrestling, bro. I invented the hardcore title before, bro. Listen. Before Paul Heyman was ever even on a wrestling show, bro. Wrestlers don't even hit their prime till like 36. Yeah, especially mentally, especially now. Right? It's just with the influx of new talent that WWE's creating, you can just take your time. Slow ride, take it easy. But you got to put people over. You can't 50-50 book everyone to the top. It just will not work. You know, it just makes it harder for everyone to break, for certain people to break out. This is amazing how we space on chat and not pay attention to Phil. Yeah, that's great. That's fucking, that's what I want, you sons of bitches. No, pay attention to me, okay? Or go watch some other shit. I don't know. Vince Russo didn't create Seth Rollins. He didn't create Roman Reigns. He didn't create Dean Ambrose. He didn't create CM Punk. He didn't create Brock. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, so moving along, guys. You guys ready for a sicko segment? Let's get into. I did ask for the Hall of Fame talk to be tabled. No, bro, fucking chat can do whatever. Just stay locked in here to what I'm saying, right? We're on a journey here, okay? All right? We stay focused. All right? Let me guide you through this whole thing. Let me guide you through this journey we call Pro Wrestle Times, okay? Okay, everyone, shake your heads. Hydrate. Let me drink some Diet Cola really quick, okay? We have a funny segment. This is the epitome of the sicko segment. This is like what I wanted this to be when I imagined it, right? With stories like this. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the sicko segment. So I came across this because I follow this guy, One True Mav, or at least he's in my timeline a bunch, and he tags this guy, Yo Titan J Wrestle, and his fucking whole account, I think, is gonzo now. Right? Do we have to retry it? Yeah, dude, he might have deleted it. Fuck. Hopefully we can. I think we can. People pretty much documented everything. So I saw this post initially, and it's of like this guy saying, yo, I hate to rain on your parade of the WWE tryout, but is there something you'd like to tell us? And this is what I saw this, and I was like, what the fuck? So here's just like a medical, like some random thing. A 67-year-old woman named Dorothy Fletcher once had a heart attack on a plane. When the stewardess asked if there was a doctor on board, 15 people stood up. They were on their way to a cardiology conference. The woman survived. And then Titan J, though, this guy, Titan J Wrestle. Now, I invited him on the pod. When I discovered this story, I fucking went underneath one of these things and I'm like, you totally should come on my podcast. And again, not so I could like beat him up in public and shame him. I just want to talk. This is fucking hilarious, dude. He fucking faked his whole and it goes so much deeper than just like this picture. Trust me, okay? This guy had this whole like thing mapped out, like he's gonna work his way. It's fucking hilarious. But anyway, so he posts this thing and he's like, oh man, we're going to have a long flight to Orlando, Florida. Where's Titan J going? And then it's like a picture from like Pinterest. So this just popped me. And I'm like, I must know more. So I go on this guy's Twitter, and luckily people like did the work for us. So people like dug this up. I didn't even actually listen to this, but it says, Lil homie, your career's over. And Titan's hosting it, and he calls it Titan J interview. And he does one of these sicko spaces, and everyone's in here chatting him up, right? Let me chat me up about, and let's hear what he has to say here. Let's hear what he has to say here. Say here.
You're actually fucking stupid because you got to think about this.
Oh my God, dude. These spaces. Here, let's listen to this. Some of these spaces, bro, every time someone's like, come into spaces, like a fucking 99% of the time you go in it, and it's just fucking everyone's yelling at each other. Everyone's fucking just everyone's so mad. And it's like, whoa, it's like, holy shit, bro. Like, who's talking? Oh man, it's good shit. But here, they're mad at him. Let's hear what they're mad at him about.
You're actually fucking stupid because you got to think about this. You're letting the people you're letting them target us with the M word because we started it.
I'll stick for a lot.
You're actually
started what? What is this guy even babbling about? Why is his career over here? Maybe I should have listened to this first, but there's more funnies. Don't worry. Giving nobody way too much time, energy, and attention. No, bro, it's fucking hilarious. Well, what did he do though? He faked his death. So this guy even faked his death. This is what I mean. I didn't realize. Oh my God. What? This is so funny. It gets better and better the more I look into this. You know what they say,
Sometimes in
dude?
life, you got to be a hoe.
Sometimes in life you gotta fake your death. So this guy faked his death or what? And then he made a spaces. So here we go. Exposing Titan J Wrestle to be the fraud that he is, a threat. So just a real sick bastard. So here's like his account. This is a whole thread here. So this is what I wanted to show you all. Future WWE superstar pro wrestler 18, 5'11", London, England, booking. Titan J Wrestle official at Gmail. Now that's fine, dude. Even if you're not even in wrestling school and you're like, no, dude, this is my dream. To be a Pokemon master is my destiny. Like, if that's your goal, do it, dude. Just like fake it till you make it type shit. For sure. Have this in your thing and then try and get into a school, whatever. But look at to the extents. This guy went like borderline. This is some shit out of like a bad Netflix movie, right? And so, you know, this is pinned to his Twitter, and his account's gone, but I was going to show you guys, it has like thousands of fucking likes. His pinned tweet here where he's like, I'm actually fucking lost for words. And it's a fake email, WWE recruitment, your recruitment application. Dear Mr. Gardner, we appreciate the time. World Wrestling Entertainment, your story truly resonated with us. The passion and dedication you've shown, not just for yourself, but in honor of your mother's memory, is inspiring. WWE. So this is fake. He has this pin to his fucking thing. Meanwhile, no wrestlers are calling him out because who knows? Like, is he mentally challenged or something? I have no idea, right? But this thing has thousands of likes, and then here's like a bunch of shit he was doing. So he photoshopped his head on someone else's photo at the Performance Center, right? So here's the original photo, I believe. And then here's him, like photoshopped himself over it, right? Look at where I pulled up, wrestling community. Titan J is here. It's so obviously photoshopped. Oh my God, man. So, here, where's these other ones? Because it goes. It's funny. Where's the responses to this here? I think let me scroll down. So yeah, he faked his time on the plane, both the plane. He goes, he is hiding and replies any replies that are exposing him. Hey man, mind explaining why you faked your tryout. Okay. And then he just starts blocking people, and then he's like, "Oi, for the dickheads of the IWC using excuses, y'all don't know how I operate. Yes, I'm using other content from other people to tease what's coming for me. So just shut the fuck up." Brand new Titan J just got uploaded by my friend at my house with my render and updated moveset. You got someone to upload him to 2K, bro. Here's him saying crazy stuff about women, right? That I'm not going to leave on the screen, but he's like, gosh, her kitty feels so flipping good. Flip, y'all. I'm flipping her, which is the most virgin shit I've ever heard in my life. So, dude, the guy faked his own deletion. He faked his own deletion. Dude, real shit. And is identifying as his grandmother, man. So this guy is off the rails, bro. So he goes, and I'm sorry if this is like triggering for anybody, of course, but this is just an asshole we're laughing at, okay? So he says, my grandson is deleted on the floor and I've got an ambulance on the way. Then like got someone to take a picture of himself. Like, this is, some people, man, are so, the internet has warped so many brains and made people so fucking insane, dude. And what the fuck happened? Why has he done this? And then this guy's like, nice try. This guy immediately calls
Liar! Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Nice try, dude, but for real, faking deletion ain't funny. If you're actually sorry, you will admit it and say sorry. Oh, fuck off then, you worthless piece of shit out there. Then gets mad. Yo. Oh, this should be one of those Netflix docs. You know, like the most hated guy on the internet, but it's like this guy. Titan J Gardner or whatever. Titan J WWE. Holy shit, man. Another update. His alt account just come to light under the username Titan J WWE. Newsflash, bub, you ain't and never will be in WWE. Well, whatever, man. He can't bounce back. This is a good storyline, hey? I could see him, you know, doing something with someone down the line. This is a good, maybe him and Karrion Kross could mix it up, right? Maybe Karrion Kross is behind all this. No, put him up to it. Yeah. So he's also openly racialist. Oh no, Titan J. Oh no. Oh no, Titan J. Oh no. Let's see if he cracks a joke that they get mad at, or if he's really just a brain dead dummy. I'm going with the latter. My money's on he's a dumb fucking idiot who says ignorant shit. Let's see what goes down here.
Fucking got. That's the best you fucking got. You sitting here.
You literally sound like a nigger, bro. You sound like a nigger. You're
Yeah, okay. That's just flat out racialist.
probably you're black. That's no reason why you get no fucking men.
Fucking
my
got.
God, what does that even mean, dude? Oh my God, this guy's he's even sickly. He's gonna puke, you know? Oh man, now you're definitely not. Hey, maybe TNA will hire you on a trial run like Tessa. Maybe it'll work out in the end. Who knows? He posted an apology video. Okay. He also posted this in the space chat. Yeah, what he said was just blatantly a racialist, hurtful racialist thing for sure. There's no conflating that. But anyways, the timing between each email is 2 minutes, which is convenient timing. Seems like just enough time to switch accounts and type an email to yourself. It is what it is. That's how you find burners, dude. You find them when they like hump each other, and then you notice, man, they're just flipping. Like you find it sometimes in some sickos, but WWE recruitment says, yo, bro, yeah, right. This is how who's typing this? Ric Flair, a capital letter on each. Yo, bro, just to let you know, this email was fake. I just had a feeling you'd post this on your Twitter, and you did. And you ruined your social media. What the fuck? Why you dead ass had me convinced? What the fuck is wrong with you? So this is him trying to be like, oh no, I didn't do this myself. This is just sad. Yeah, dude, he faked his whole thing, man. That is so Yeah, and people are like, no one would post pictures of his dead body. Exactly, man. I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, oh my God, dude, what a fucking idiot. This is so funny. 18 just ruined, like, probably his real dream is probably to be a wrestler. In like 2045, we'll see like a YouTube documentary where it's like, we're catching up with the wrestler who faked his death and he's on the indie scene. It'll be like on that TLC show, The Cheapest Wrestler, or whatever. He's on a second account, so yeah, I don't know. This guy's dude is not friends with Maxine Dupree. I guess he's telling. Anyways, man, he's just an unhinged crackpot there. And yeah, here's the full clip. Full clip. If you want to mess with this gangsta, one of the best yet. Let's see here what he had to say. This is the full clip.
Multiple screenshots of you having the N-word.
As soon as you turn it on, 8 people. For people who wonder why I don't do spaces, okay? It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Used.
Like, why are you saying the N-word in your vocabulary? You is white. You is whiter than my fucking Xbox controller, my guy.
I mean, to be fair, what the fuck? I mean, to be fair.
You better calm down, dude, because you've been screaming all fucking day. All you gotta do is
tell him. Get him.
Just fucking say accountability.
No, I'm just kidding, bro. It's just funny.
Admit that you fucked up. You've been screaming at us for how long?
Have I not fucking said how?
Shut up. Just stop. You've been going in circles. Just take accountability and say, "Oh, I fucked up." Deactivate. Take a break. My God, you've been going on excuses since fucking SmackDown started, and you.
Fuck, man, the IWC. You've been going on since SmackDown started, dude. I love. Yeah, and it's funny that they're just willing to give him a chance to like shut the fuck up and just stop like making excuses. You know. Just apologize, you know. A lot of people are forgiving, you know. They like to see a redemption story, but it's so funny. You've been going since SmackDown started. I'm trying to watch SmackDown. That shit's funny.
Wes, how long you been doing this shit? Like you fucked up. It happens.
Who is this? Who's talking? I gotta follow whoever this is, man. This shit is hilarious.
Stop telling people to fuck off. Stop telling people to do
because I know what you lot want. Or what? No, fuck you.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you want to have a go at me saying the M-word? You want to have a go at me saying the M-word?
See, that's what happens. Everybody just starts yelling.
That shit, bitch. You
shut up.
Oh, she told.
Oh, what you mean me for? So when you.
Oh, god damn, that's so funny. That is so fucking funny. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was tonight's Sicko segment. Where's my sickos? Oh man, that's good stuff, pal. We got a Dave Meltzer. You guys ready for some Dusty Dave? I better see some flutes in the chat. I better see everybody excited and ready to go and ready to talk about some silliness when it comes to Meltzer. There's quite a bit in here, I think, which is good. And I'm going to check in with chat as I do, of course. Rabid Wolverine's LC Killer for 5 says Titan J is a sicko and on sicko mode. Yeah, hit him with a sicko mode and down with the sickness. Getting up, come on. Yeah, dude, he really is. It's fucking hilarious. That was one of the greatest. Round of applause for Titan J, right? I mean, one of the greatest fucking sicko segments ever. That was just so good. That's like what the segment is designed for. Do you know what I mean? Is shit stories like that. Faked a death, faked a recruitment, faked the emails, the stealing the pictures, the burners. You gotta love it, man. And it sucks, you know? I would love to have him on the pod. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17. I would love to have him on the fucking pod. That's hilarious, dude. And like, yeah, whatever. He's a piece of shit. Genuinely, that one comment he made where he's like, that's why you don't have any men. And or whatever he was saying. Like, okay, that was fucked up. And I would obviously roast him for that. But, it would just be hilarious to have a conversation with that fool. So, flutes in the chat. That emoji is banned in the F4WYT comment section. Hold on. Wait a minute. You're not telling the truth, are you? Are you serious? Psyoptic Prodigy. Prove it. Prove it to me. Chat, we have to do some investigation, okay? We have to look at are the flutes banned in the F4WYT comment section? I believe it. I tried to put it in the other day and I couldn't find it when I searched for it. Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Okay. We have to test this. The next time they're live, I want you all in there throwing flutes up, because that just takes this. That's confirmation. That's confirmation right there. Hold on. Hold on. I'm screen grabbing. Okay. I'm screen grabbing your chats here because we are going to figure this out. Okay. And thank you so much, Psyoptic Prodigy. And that's what we need to do, dude. Flutes in the chat. Whenever it's Dave or Brian, like, hey, man, it's not even hostile. Who's scared of a little flute, bro? Right? It's just the flute gang in the building. It's no big deal. Let's see. Okay, where is it? I believe it too. I believe it too. And I'm sorry, chat, that I'm doing this really quick, but it must be done. Because you know that they're seeing them, right? You know that they're seeing them all the time. And you know, like, if you look up, type into Google right now, go Dave Meltzer, type in like Dave Meltzer cringe or whatever. And then it's like all my thumbnails pop up on Google and shit. So, and I know because I'm always trying to find funny faces of them and stuff like that, you know? So, yeah, I really appreciate you letting me know that. And, yeah, when the person made the fake, sorry, I'm just cropping this image over here. So I know I'm kind of just like babbling about another. When the person made the fake Blue Sky account and put the flute in it, I think that's when they were really made aware. But then you see Dave answering people who are like, no, they fear information, and like people who put the flutes up, man, they can't not see it. So I don't know. We're gonna test that out, guys. Chat will get back to me on that. Maybe I'll give it a testaroo. Maybe I'll send a super chat in. Ask Dave about the banana he put on his girlfriend's head or whatever. Flutes in the chat. Love you all. Okay, you guys already put a babillion in there, and that's good because here we go. Owl's Night says, hey, can we start a debut about Raw tag team belts? Hey, can we start a debut about Raw tag team belts? Sure. If that's what you want to do. I don't know what you mean though. You know what I mean? But I really do appreciate I don't know Owl's Night for being here. Answer my question. I paid money, Flute Master. Yeah, I am. Owl, what the fuck do you mean? Explain what you mean by that before I play my flute and we get into the whole thing. Oh, can we debate? Can we debate? Oh, I get it. Instead of debut, you meant debate. Okay. So, okay. Where is it? Hogwarts flutes. Yeah, you're right, dude. Where the fuck did you say it now? Because I lost it. I'll scroll up till I see it. You want to debate the tag title picture, the men's Raw tag titles, or what? A debate about what, bro? Like in the chat? No, I'm doing a show right now. What are you talking about? Yeah, DM me on X or throw it up on X. A debate about what though? Sorry, the men's tag titles you said, right? About Raw tag team belts. Okay. Like what's the debate? Like what's the prompt? You know what I mean? I was bitching about the SmackDown tag belts primarily as well, so But yeah, let's throw fucking master debaters come forth. Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want flutes in the chat because it is time for the main event. It's time for what everybody came here for. It is time for everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So, Wrestle Purists, we covered this before. They post the whole, bullshit that Dave Meltzer had to fucking spew about. And he says the heat on Jade Cargill was the claim by other women in WWE that when there were problems in the ring, she'd blame the other person and was disrespectful. A specific confrontation was Cargill pointing to a bruise on her arm and her telling Shayna Baszler that she needed to learn how to work. And Baszler responded saying if she was shooting, they would both know. Later, when Cargill blamed others for problems in matches, Baszler came up to her and confronted her. This was not a one-person deal, but Baszler did go to talk to her about it, which didn't make it better, Brian. Cargill got in Baszler's face, according to one person right there, and said Baszler clearly wasn't going to back down. Thunder Rosa. Other talent saw it and diffused it alongside management and got them away from each other. Baszler was called to work with the production people on the key spots they were doing in their television match that night. Nothing else happened of significance after that. Like, okay, here, you guys want to know my whole thing with this? Why do we give a fuck? This happened a year ago. Why does it matter? Oh, well, the locker rooms in turmoil fell. Like, who cares? This happened a year ago if it did happen. And, yeah, I could see Jade having a big ass ego and having a real shooter having to check her for that. However, I don't even buy Dave knows what he's talking about. So Meltzer said what? The GOAT says, bah. Julia Gulia, we need a fucking bah for the GOAT, okay? Thank you. Meltzer has a blow-by-blow details about Jade drama, yet hasn't heard a single word or even thought to inquire what Camille's status is. Yeah, exactly. With AEW, except his or what the fuck happened between Thunder Rosa and Megan Bayne. Transparent observations that anybody with two eyes has observed. Funny how that works. So Meltzer's like, during the 0-hour pre-show, they heavily promoted Queen of the Ring. What was notable is that Camille was never mentioned or shown, and she had a major role as June Byers. Last week at the premiere, Camille was asked if she was with AEW, and she said she couldn't answer that question. Tony. Oh, my God, dude. Why does he have to do this?
The best guy's Tony Khan.
And then randomly Tamla Moore in chat or whatever. Yeah, one of the mods can delete that weird, crazy, psychotic comment. It might be on the Times channel, okay? This one here. Someone delete that, one of the mods. Okay, anyways. So she said she couldn't answer that question. She hasn't been used in some time, and the fact they had someone with a larger role than Tony Storm had and never even mentioned it in passing spoke volumes. Spoke volumes about who, dude? Spoke volumes about who? You know what I mean? Like, spoke volumes about AEW and Tony Khan. The fact that Emily Rickard, whatever the fuck her name is, didn't talk with any of the AEW people is really telling too, and she was hanging out with Camille. It's really fucking telling. But Dave doesn't know shit. He doesn't know about Megan Bayne Thunder, but he's got blow by blow. Like he's doing color commentary on the fucking... Well, she was wearing, she had a red hair tie-in, Brian, as I know because it's my favorite color. So, AEW Revolution did the biggest pay-per-view numbers since All In, with a first week estimate in the range of 135 to 140 buys. So I just sort of debunk this. No, but I just said this is likely inaccurate, and I can explain why. Meltzer's guess. So this is the same thing he did with the Max numbers, guys. No one watches this creep like I do. Let me break this down. So I say this is likely inaccurate, and I can explain why. Meltzer's guess on his show with Brian, which we covered last time, was 130 to 140K buys with Amazon Prime pay-per-view factored in. He said this after Brian informed him that not even diehard boxing fans really use Amazon to buy pay-per-view. Dave noted how World's End saw an increase of pay-per-view buys at the end of 2024, 100K to 105K buys roughly. Meltzer's doing the exact same thing he did with the NFL and AEW on Max by insinuating that because the NFL gets a 30% increase in viewership, then that applies to AEW too. So he's estimating an extra 30K to 40K people literally just because it was on Amazon. His dumbass followers eat it up as fact when in reality, it's an old senile crackpot just making claims and fierce facts. And I'm really baiting him into that fierce facts thing because that really triggers him. But yeah, this is what Dave's doing. He went on his show and said, oh, it could be, I'm guessing 135,000. We covered it here. I roasted him for it. Just because it's on Amazon. This is the same thing he did with the Max. Oh, about 30. It could be 30%. Oh, if it's 30, I mean, great. NFL does that. And then he says, like, that's what it could be. And then he just runs with that. So the early estimates are, no, that's Dave's early estimate that he just literally came up with in his head on his show. We watched him do it on his show. We listened to him do it on his show, on this show. Right? We listened to them doing it. Pause. No Diddy, right? But yes, dude, it's just, this is complete and utter fucking nonsense. And we got you caught, Dave. That's not the early estimate for anybody. That's you making that up again and then trying to act like it's a fact. So Nate Largent says, why do WWE fans hate AEW so much? Well, because AEW fans, I'll tell you why, because I was a huge AEW fan at the start. I still am a big fan, but because the AEW fans came in so hot at WWE. Like, they were coming for the neck, and Tony Khan was like, yeah, and we're going to take it over. Like, we're the challenger number 2, the Friday Night Wars. Like, because they did that, it made WWE fans just go, fuck this, and they went nuts. Right? They kind of brought it on themselves, but I don't know, dude. You could just say the same thing. Why do AEW fans literally make tweets like, if you like AEW or WWE, you're a brain dead fucking smooth brain. This stuff is dumb. You're brainwashed. You don't even actually like pro wrestling. You just like entertainment. Like, why do you all say that shit all the fucking time? Nobody says, oh, AEW fans don't like wrestling at all. We're just like, this shit is ridiculous. Jose with the flutes, let's fucking go, bud. I don't so Meltzer goes, this guy continues, the competition has made WWE tons better. Agreed. And now there are 2 major companies. Agreed. Shouldn't wrestling fans be ecstatic? They were, bro. They were. No matter your favorite. No, not if like they're doing shit that you think is bad for, I don't know. Like, if you're a hockey fan and someone's doing shit you think is bad for hockey, are you not allowed to, right? Because there's lots of AEW fans as well who think what WWE is doing is bad for wrestling. So why is that okay? That's what I mean. Everybody's like, this thing is okay and this other thing isn't. No, right? Like, be a fan of AEW. That's not the thing. But that's not the thing anybody's hating on. It's just the fact that AEW folks came so hot out of the gate, and Tony Khan specifically. That's what a lot of AEW fans got to understand. Tony, it's like the Dixie Carter thing. Once fans turned on Dixie, she had to be gone for them to forgive TNA, right? Tony's got to be way out of the picture for people to like forgive all this shit and get over it, or they're just never going to have faith in it again, unfortunately. Because then when they do have a string of good shows, it doesn't matter. They do their lowest key demo and it's like, fuck, because people just aren't invested. So I don't know, whatever. I harp on this all the time, but Meltzer goes, I don't think most WWE fans hate AEW, Brian. Clearly some do. They don't even get that it's why WWE has improved. Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, I'm just trying to goad him with Meltzer Fierce Facts. I'm like, Dave doesn't understand that Vince McMahon leaving is why WWE improved. Now, yes, the creation of AEW did help, but now that we're 4 or 5 years deep, and Vince is gone is the main factor. Okay. If Vince was still there, AEW would have a way better run at shit right now for sure. Like, now we're 5 years deep. Now we're 6 years deep. So I'm like, in Dave's mind, AEW is so good, they somehow are responsible for WWE being good again for the last 4 years. Meanwhile, AEW has been the shits the majority of the last 4 years. Why can't they make themselves good, quote unquote? You know, so again, me being harsh, I'm really trying to go Dave with that fierce facts thing. But if they banned flutes in their chat, then like we won, dude. So, oh yeah, that's him responding to you, boy. So again, Brett Lauderdale just destroys Dave Meltzer, like, and all these wrestlers are jumping on Dave Meltzer, and he also fucking, I think he deleted something, but this guy Tycoon, do they have a say? So Dave Meltzer wrote a story, rather. Let's go back here. We'll start with Meltzer said what it goes when he grabs this from the Observer, where Meltzer says, when it comes to the WWE ID talent, the deal according to a contract is that Gabe Sapolsky puts the matches together and gives the scripts to the promoter. The promoter pays the talent and can push that the talent comes from WWE. WWE covers the travel costs with a stipend, and the promoter pays the difference if the travel costs are larger than the stipend. And so Dave just making shit up. I think we have more of that. But this guy asks him, like, is it, he goes, do they have a say if they go over or not? Or is it up to your discretion? And then Lauderdale's like, no, there's never been any discussion about winning, losing. And they've never asked, dictated, requested, or solicited anything when it pertains to WWE ID talent. There is also no distinction or separate rules for ID versus ID match. Tony Deppen goes, this should have been squashed quick because the week after it was announced, I squashed Marcus. So, yeah, there's more. We have more to this as well. But, yeah, Lauderdale just shutting down the shit, man. The bullshit. And shout out GCW as well because they have been ID'd. So Dave Meltzer got community noted. Right. So we scroll up. Here's Meltzer said what, responding to himself. And he's like, not Dynamite Dave getting community noted. So, yeah, this has been debunked by both Brett Lauderdale, who owns GCW, and also by the Defy Wrestling Twitter account. And so, yeah, Defy said it here. You can see the tweet. Brett is spot on the right-hand side here. Defy agreed. And this is after, mind you, all the sickos were like, oh, Ricky Starks, scumbag, won their title, then dipped out on Defy. And it's like, Defy doesn't care. They didn't realize Tony was just going to release him out of nowhere. So they let him win the world title because Kenta left their fucking territory, you marks. Anyways, so that's funny. I think there's more as well about that. Well, basically, he posted this fucking story. Where is it? Did he delete it? I think that's yeah, he did as well. So look, he gets called out. WWE ID talent. He edited it out of the Observer, deleted as fake news. But Meltzer said what, calls him out. He's like, I bet he doesn't miss the print edition today. So yeah, he got yeah, I don't fucking know, man. It's just funny. He retracted it. There's no WWE ID talent story. He just got completely called out and debunked by everybody for being a fucking liar because he doesn't know. Not even the indies are telling him shit anymore, man, because he just doesn't know. He's just making shit up as he goes along, and it's fucking foolish. Meltzer says Drew McIntyre was moved to SmackDown originally for a title match series with Cody Rhodes, but if Rhodes loses to Cena at WrestleMania, that could fall apart. So classic Dave, just say every outcome and then try and sell you news. So here is Dave Meltzer. No, we covered that one before where he's drooling all over Dralistico, right? Yeah, where there's no feud, really. So here's Big Trouble Ben Bishop, my fucking guy right here, okay? And shout him out. This guy goes, the thing that's the most, or Julian Week says, the thing that's the most fucked up about that false story Dave put out about WWE ID is that it could affect future bookings of indie guys and girls. Like if promoters like Brett didn't come out and deny it, there could potentially be plenty of indie promoters that could believe that report and pass on booking them because of it. That's extremely fucked up. Dave is the biggest cancer to the wrestling business. 100%. And then this guy's like, it's not false. And it's like, all right, you got owned. Here's Brett Lauderdale responding directly to the story as well. He goes, Gabe doesn't, my experience with WWE ID. Gabe doesn't put the matches together. Here, let's fucking, where's my what for this one? Okay, Gabe doesn't put the matches together.
What?
I've never seen or heard of a script.
What?
We are allowed to push WWID talent announcements, but we don't.
What?
Not aware of any travel stipend or travel share, but that would be cool. So there you go. He just debunked the whole thing. He's like, maybe you guys are getting that, but what the fuck? Oh man, so funny, dude. And so so everybody getting destroyed there. Big trouble Ben Bishop, who people are calling him a transphobe. People are calling him MAGA now because of this. And he goes, if I can follow up, if any indie promoter is basing their booking off of what Dave says, please rethink your approach or quit. Wrestlers just baking them. And then other wrestlers jumped in too and were like, this isn't fucking true. Where was it? Some other wrestlers jumped in and they all debunked it. They were like, this isn't true. Meltzer's wrong. Yeah, so here was the Lauderdale one. I think there might be some up here, but I thought I had a screen grab of it. Yeah, so Big Ben says he's legit batting .125 with an on-base percentage of .180 recently, and people still believe him. Going at fucking Meltzer. You gotta love it. LOL, I'm MAGA because I don't agree with Dave Meltzer. Right? So, again, just his sickos are coming out in full force. I've covered it on the show. Other wrestlers, though, I thought I had screen grabs of it. They were like, no, what you're saying is false, Dave. Like, Dave's completely lying here. That is not accurate. That is not factual at all. So, it's getting really hard, even for Dave Meltzer, to defend AEW's booking. Let's take a listen to this clip right here. Brian.
The Hurt Syndicate need to be baby faces, or they're going to kill all these heels that are in the ring with. They're these other baby faces.
They are baby faces, but that's what was so weird is because, like, if this builds to
So Hurt Business are baby faces?
MJF going with the Hurt Syndicate, I mean, I guess they could do a thing where two of them are baby faces and one of them's a heel because I think Max can pull that stuff off.
He thinks the group could be two or baby faces, but MVP's just a heel. Look at this guy. What the fuck, man? What is wrong with this guy? I just don't understand. I'm screen grabbing his face right now.
But it's like he's going into a babyface stable. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And plus, there's a large percentage of the crowd, at least 30%, that wants to cheer him anyway.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, and you know, how many?
Where does Dave keep getting this 30%? You guys notice that? Oh, I mean, NFL does 30%. If AEW does 30%, great. Oh, I think the Amazon number will do 135,000. They did about 35%, about 30% more. Do you notice that? So Max is doing 30%, Amazon's doing 30%, more pay-per-view buys, and now Meltzer's like 30% of the crowd. About roughly 30% of them. It's always 30 with him. Like, this guy's fucking stuck. He's like stuck in this like a time loop or something, man. Or it's time cop. Here's the thing, Dave. You don't know that. And also, I watch the show all the time, and I thought the Hurt Business, they just were beating up people back. Like, aren't they bad guys? I thought they were heels. So I think to everybody watching the show, it's a heel trying to get a heel in their heel group, Dave. So Dave, you're informing us. This is something you and Tony text about. We all don't realize by watching the show, I guess.
You know, it wasn't that many months ago he was a babyface, you know? So it's kind of like, I don't know, you know, it's like, whatever. I mean, it's like, he can't, it's like, I mean, he can turn back. He can turn babyface. I know that, but it's just too.
Does Dave not realize that he's not a babyface and MVP's not a babyface and Hurt Business just fought the Outrunners and they beat people up backstage? We hurt people. It's not very babyface, Dave.
It's just too early, even though I mean, it's actually been more than a couple months. It's been since whenever it was, like I think when he came back to go against Adam Cole, but it's just like, he shouldn't be put in a position to be cheered just yet. And if this storyline goes anywhere without, you know, them just jumping him, But if they jump him, they're the baby faces though, so that doesn't even make sense. So I don't know. I will see where this thing goes. I'm sure it'll go somewhere, but
Jesus, I'm sure it'll go somewhere, but
The Hurt Syndicate need.
But it probably won't go anywhere. Yeah, that's just terrible, Dave. You're just trying to defend that trash. AEW Revolution drew 11,425 fans. I was like, if it was the Fed, he'd say, more like 7,000. I thought that was funny. So achievement unlocked. Negative BQ. BQ Speak says, been tagged a ton of times today regarding Uncle Dave running my info as his own. I appreciate you all, but I don't really share the truth for recognition. It's nice to be credited, but it doesn't ruin my day if I'm not. Just trying to do what's right for the TNA fans. Dave blocks them. Dave stealing stories, then blocking them, motherfuckers. Can't make it up. So right here, Dave says, he responds to Chris14149, who says, Meltzer sounds either like a politician or a lawyer trying to defend a losing situation. Meltzer says this year, AEW will be either the first or second, probably first, most profitable year for any pro wrestling company other than WWE in history. Bro, how the fuck does he just say this? He's so wrong all the time.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
That's not a politician defending a situation. It's a fact. After the most recent pay-per-view, if they sell 0 tickets, 0 merch, and average 51,000 pay-per-view buys the rest of the year, they'll be just about breaking even. There's no proof of that anywhere, Dave. You're a liar. Shut up. So here's Eric Bischoff, dude. Right? So, breaking. Dave Meltzer has edited The Observer to delete his fake news story about WWE ID. I quote tweeted and say, another win for the good guys with a flute. And here's Bischoff, dude. We're better and better than ever. Face the fire. Dude, we're going to get Bischoff on this shit eventually. You guys keep throwing the flutes, keep letting them know, yo, Phil's roasting Dave over. You got to go roast Dave with Phil, man. You guys just keep telling Bischoff that. He knows. He's quote tweeted me. I think I got another one down here somewhere. He's quote tweeted me a few times, especially when it comes to this Meltzer shit. So, yeah, gotta love it. Meltzer and his worshipers will not let go of these misleading max numbers. So again, we've covered this ad nauseum, but this is the whole 30%. So AEW, so Dave says AEW Dynamite did 628K. Now look at what he's doing with the key demos because they're skewing lower. 0.165. Not sure which way it will round. It could be up. It could be 1.7 actually. Not including Max. Don't have the chart yet. And then this guy, AEW Cero Miedo, says, so they beat NXT in the demo, even without the Max ratings? So basically AEW is doing just fine, and it's just the silly people online creating unnecessary drama as per usual? I don't know. It seems like you're creating unnecessary drama, but it's Dave who creates the unnecessary drama by writing paragraphs to explain how good AEW does, even when they objectively don't do well, and then just saying like, oh, NXT did good. Here's NXT's number. You know, that's why people get in a frenzy about these ratings, because they harped on it so much. And now they rubbed it in NXT's face. They ran commercials during NXT and shit, SmackDown, with Alfred Konuwa's quote saying, oh, NXT getting smashed by Dynamite and shit. You know, they ran ads during WWE shows, thinking like they were going to win those fans over too. Just imagine there's a new team in town and they like run ads during the other team's shit, and like you thought that team was going to be down with you doing that, you know? That's why, bro. Like how the fuck are you? Now, we're not saying WWE wasn't cutthroat, but again, you got to be able to roll. So WWE's like, all right, let's roll. AEW's like, no, we don't want to roll anymore. It's only okay if you guys poke. That's why the fans are so fucking hateful towards AEW. Now you got to realize, if you don't realize that, you just don't even, don't even understand what's going on in this whole IWC thing. You know, like you have to understand that. That's why people think the sickos are worse. There's less of them, but there's more of them online for some reason. There's more of them chronically online, right? But WWE, there's just more people total who know and stand WWE. But the ones that are there are able to put, it's the vocal minority. Like they're just online all the time being miserable. That's all. Anyways, Jay Ginsburg says, Eric, everything you said about Dave has been spot on, like literally to a T. He can spin to a PWT. No, I'm just kidding. He can spin things any way he chooses, but even he is sinking to new lows. Bischoff says he's been corkscrewing into the pit, seeking bottom for a while now. Like he's always been 90% fantasy bullshit, 10% lucky, but to have so many people calling out his dirt sheet garbage for what it is on a daily and occasionally hour basis while he pretends it's not happening is interesting. Yeah, exactly. Pyro Poppy says JD from NY gonna be tight. And then Meltzer responds, because they're all mad at JD. Oh, JD, we gotta link up, man. Gabagoo. You can keep the cannoli. And first I was over here and I'll go over there. I'll go over there now. Oh, but JD, man. J Dice from NY, man. Getting caught in the course hairs here. And Meltzer's like, if you care one iota about anyone anywhere who is obsessed with something failing, dude, Dave, you for years, for decades, care about WWE failing. 100% man. Forever, dude. Forever. You didn't even tweet about when Raw was on Netflix because you're that sour grapes, dude. And ends up being wrong year after year. Dave, no one's been more wrong than you ever. This year, let alone year after year. It's a waste of your time and energy. Instead, it's best to learn the subject from people not like that. What a terrible writer, first off. And secondly, learn the subject from who? Like, Dave, I studied. It's just more of this learn and study. Like, this is such a cringy fucking thing to say to people. Learn and study the business that he's never learned or studied. And we know from his emails back, like if you listen to Cornette and Brian last, dude, those emails from back in the day, like he didn't study shit. He didn't know what he was talking about. This guy goes, it's amazing how people still don't mention the accounting sleight of hand when they talk about the WCW finances. And then Bischoff says it's because, unlike Guy Evans, the people cosplaying journalists and the laughable business analysts like King Clown Dave Meltzer, did no research, are clueless to the day as to how WCW and Turner operated. Lack of information, right? We covered it earlier in the show in miscellaneous news from Guy Evans' book that's coming out. An excerpt comes out where WCW was owed $2.2 million for Turner while owing Turner $1.9 million or whatever the fuck. Like they're just doing all this funky number stuff, right? And I brought up, imagine what they're doing in AEW. In Tony Khan's company, it's all private. Like there's funky shit going on all the time. That was back in the day too. And this is with Time Warner. It's with Warner, dude. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, did no research and are clueless to this day as to how WCW and Turner operated. Lack of information and knowledge is the definition of Meltzer and the parasites like him that don't have the integrity, skill, or work ethic to provide quality coverage. They are lazy, sloppy, and rely on low-level sources who feed them garbage, knowing the useful idiots will run with whatever garbage they are fed. Marks working marks. Hell yeah, dude. Phil Marks working marks, dude. Let's go. As Meltzer, Meltzer's like, if you care one iota about anyone anywhere who's obsessed, and I'm like, as Meltzer obsesses and is wrong year after year. So Raj Giri responds to this guy who says, thoughts on Dave Meltzer saying that wrestling fans are more likely to stream than watch on cable. And I responded to this too, and hopefully Raj saw it. Dave's basing that off of his own polls, man. So he polled his own people and are like, well, according to our polls, they're more likely to stream it. Illegally stream it, bro. We pulled up the pay-per-view. They had 18.5 thousand people illegally watching that shit on Twitter or Twitch or whatever. And Dave's like, oh, super increase, 140,000. He's just spiraling. He's literally, I think he's actually losing his mind. You know what I mean? I'm sure chat can agree with that to some degree. But yeah, saying so the max numbers may be higher than people think. Raj Geary's like, when did Dave say that? I'd be surprised because that would contradict his own reporting on Raw SmackDown numbers. Exactly. If wrestling fans were more likely to watch on cable than streaming, then Raw numbers on Netflix would be killing SmackDown numbers on USA, especially with Netflix being in way more homes in the US. But according to Dave's estimates on what Raw is doing on Netflix in the US, SmackDown is destroying it. So either Dave's Raw estimates are way off, or that statement he made is silly if he made it. Exactly. So either he's a dumbass or a dumb fuck, right? Like either he's lying
Liar!
or he's
Liar!
lying.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
So Dave Meltzer rates Konosuke Takeshita versus Kenny Omega 5 stars. What? I don't know, man. I love both these guys, but it was not as good as the Gabe Kidd match. And even that match, I don't know if I'd give it 5 stars. And it's way less memorable. And I just don't know where he comes. I don't know where he comes up with this shit, but it's all good. That's his rating. But just, whew. You know, like it was a good, solid title match between these two guys. Kenny's slowing it down a bit. He's not going so like a 3, you know, it's just like a good solid on that show. It's like a thing just got lost in the shuffle. Like a 3, bro. It's not a fucking, it's great. Like a 3's being generous, I think, too. 3 means fucking like, you know, 3's not like a bad rating. I don't know what happened to Dave. Ugh. Anyways. So here's like a bunch of fucking swings and misses. So here's wrestlers responding. Here's the screen grabs I was looking for. Zeta Steel goes, wait, what? Responding to fucking Meltzer. She's like,
You what?
The Runemeister says Dave Meltzer spreading these types of lies is a danger to the industry. And Defy was like, yeah, Brett is spot on. So we covered that, but shout out Zeta Steel. Meltzer has rated Toni Storm versus Mariah May at Revolution a full 5 stars. The first women's 5-star match in AEW history, and I believe the first ever 5-star women's match in American history.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That's a fact. What do you all think about that? This bloodbath of a match. To me, I expected it would come to this. It wasn't so memorable. Like, to me, it was just all the goriness and the camera shots of how bloody they were. And it was more shocking than anything. It's not like, oh, this was the greatest psychology ever in a match. I know Dave marked out for it. Yeah, the first 5-star match, I think, in American wrestling, women's wrestling history. So shout them out if that's the case in Dave's books. But I don't know what that means, right? Good for them. I like the feud. I think it sort of ran its course now. Obviously, we're going to see people move on. I think if anything, Toni Storm and Mariah May's stock have gone up a little bit for sure since joining AEW. I think both of them. And I don't know if this match did anything to hurt it or inflate it, but yeah, the greatest women's match ever. I mean, I'm like, which ones come to mind before that? I mean, obviously, like NXT, you have Bayley and Sasha. That was just phenomenal. You have Charlotte and Rhea that just went down not long ago. You have so many where I just don't know if I would put this one like even in my fucking maybe like I don't even think it'd be my top 10. Like, so I don't know. Maybe if I sat down, thought of I think Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa, when they went all hardcore and bloody, was better than this. Personally, just me personally. All but the story. I thought you liked story. Well, I do, but we had the conclusion at Grand Slam. But then Tony wanted to have, the Hollywood ending gimmick match. Okay. You know, just squash the rematch that you could have saved this down the line. The sequel. You know, the Hollywood ending. No, you do that after the sequel, and then you do the third one and it's the trilogy. And then you go to the fucking finale, the grand finale, the Hollywood ending. But I don't know. I don't know if Tony is that patient. I like Time Cop. I like standalone pictures. The heat on Jade Cargill was the claim by other women. We read this. Dave's fucking lying through his teeth. So here we go. Meltzer said what responds to Raj here with, where he said, when did Dave say that? I'd be surprised because blah, 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 right? Here is when Dave said that. And guys, thank you for hanging out. I know it's like midnight or wherever the fuck you guys are. It's 10 p.m. where I'm at. We started late and we're going late. So here's Dave. I think we may have covered this before on the show, but he earlier in the show or whatever. Let's hear.
Like
Let's
NFL,
listen.
because the NFL TV audience.
Yeah, no, sorry. So this is the NFL thing. We listened to this like on the show before him saying the same thing, but here's him reiterating it like yesterday or whatever. So Dave is so fucking delusional and he's hung up on this. Well, the 30%. And I mean, if the NFL does this, then AEW must do this. So this isn't just Dave saying it. Here's Dave doubling down on it, chat.
Like NFL, because the NFL TV audience never drops. It's actually up. So I think that they're, when it comes to them, whatever was, I think Super Bowl was 90%. Television, 10% streaming. I think that was big.
So this is literally AEW good, Fed bad. When AEW went for okay, what's more, chat? I want you to tell me right now. What's more, or if you're watching this in a clip form, leave it in the comments. What's more comparable to the NFL, WWE or AEW? What goes hand in hand more? What's more related? What has more crossover appeal? Who borrows from each other? Right? Like football, the way they present it, they kind of pro wrestling it up a bit. You can tell WWE's taken a bit of what some of these football stadiums have done and stuff a little bit, with how they approach some of these. So what goes more hand in hand, right? So Dave is trying to say because the NFL gets this increase, and I'm not even saying WWE, this logic applies to WWE, but if it were to apply to either of these wrestling feds, which one would it be? AEW or WWE? Like, come on, this isn't even a question. Fucking redundant ass question. And so what Dave's trying to do is like, when it comes to AEW, well, the NFL does, they increase, and I mean, it should be an increase, right? It only makes sense. Brian, AEW would too. But then with WWE, when he's talking about Netflix, he's like, they greatly inflated their number. It's less now. They're getting smashed by SmackDown. Then your fucking numbers are wrong because by your own logic, by your own bullshit, this is why I say, Dave, you are not consistent enough and you fear facts and you fear flutes, baby. And that's the thing, my boy. You are fucking up so tremendously in 2025 and all of 2024 and 2023 and all fucking 30 years, but 2025, you're just downhill, dude. And I will say this. I'm not surprised, motherfuckers. To quote the great Nate Diaz, dude, I'm not surprised by him doing this whatsoever. This is the greatest one. The great Dave spin, right? The great Dave Meltzer spin, the great whataboutism, or the great AEW good, because this can never go away now. He doubled down on, well, I mean, NFL, I mean, they got in it, so AEW would too. But then he's sitting there saying that SmackDown's beating Raw. Like SmackDown on fucking cable, but by his own logic, that doesn't stack up. WWE would be more as well. So his, you guys get it. You get the picture we're painting here. And next time he talks shit about Netflix numbers, you don't let it slide. Okay. You remind him of this clip right here. All right. And you show his ass, no, you said this, and then watch him. Well, this is what his response will be. Ready? Well, it's case by case basis, Brian. Just like Tony Khan's release. I mean, it's really all case by case. I mean, what's to say WWE is more like NFL?
Basically it. So, and I really think AEW, it's less than that, in the sense of it's well under 90%. No proof, just my hunch.
No proof, just my hunch, but let me just bullshit it out there for idiots who paid me. So they're already dumb. So they're already dumb and impressionable because they're paying me. And now they're going to hear this, and then they're going to run with it.
So, and NBA...
Like, I'm already robbing them with lies, so I'm going to say this, and now these idiots are going to run with it. Do you know what I mean? It's fucked.
So, and NBA probably 10%.
Oh my God. Like he's no proof. I mean, just my guess. NBA probably 10%. Dave. So now he studies NBA too? Now he studies NBA too?
Shut up, bitch.
Now he knows what the NBA is doing too? Oh my God, dude. This guy is fucking, he's off his rocker, man.
You know, I think I've even heard that said somewhere.
I think I've even heard that said somewhere. Oh, buddy. He just said you
liar.
Oh my good God, man. Oh my good God. I'm just like at a loss for words. You do this so long and it's like, you know, what do you even say about it?
You know, I mean, that's why I think like 10% is bare minimum. I think wrestling on a percentage is probably going to be higher. I know.
Whoa. So wrestling's percentage is going to be higher than the NBA or NFL? And he means that in terms of like people. Chad, I'm understanding that correctly, right? Don't let me fuck up over here. He's saying higher as in the people who are going to stream it than NBA? There's no way.
Higher. I know WWE, you know, claimed
they claim this. I mean, I have no proof, but these aren't claims. And I know they claimed things, but I'm just definitively stating stuff, Brian, but it's not, I won't say it's claims.
What was it? 30?
What a pompous, schmarmy, fucking gross guy, the way he does this, you know?
9% for Saturday Night's main event. What was it? 39%?
39% what? Like watching on Peacock? I'm not understanding even what he's trying to get at here with this shit.
For Saturday Night's main event, which so if they're at that level, you know, I mean, then that's really significant.
So like AEW's doing that? Is that what he's trying to say? Dave, they're not. It's just a whole different thing. It's a whole different stratosphere we're talking about here, man.
But I think that, like I said, I think wrestling fans are more apt than NBA fans and NFL fans.
Chat, are wrestling fans more apt than NFL and NBA fans, bro? I don't know. Dave just likes to say a lot. He just throws all the spaghettis at the wall and just like whichever noodle of truth in his mind sticks, he runs with. You know, he's just like, here's a bunch of shit. Oh, this one's kind of right, I think. I studied how to make all these guesses, Brian.
I'd have to think about that.
And then yeah, Brian just goes, I'd have to think about that. Yeah, you do, because it's bullshit.
Brian.
And you just don't go, it's bullshit the way I do it. So there's Dave doubling down. I can't even believe he doubled down Dave. Double dog Dave over here, right? So in our final moment here, okay. This is funny. So Dave Meltzer responds to Edward D. Koch, I believe is how you pronounce that last name, right? And he says if he was wrong, the numbers wouldn't be consistently dropping. And Dave Meltzer goes, viewership is clearly up. Talking about fucking AEW saying the viewership is clearly up. Is it clearly up? Because it seems like it's like, is it up from last week or the week before? Because I hate when they play that game too. Well, a huge increase, 39% from last week. Yeah, but here's the problem. Like, it's still only 700K or 650K. So what about like 2 years ago or whatever? Well, the WWE, yeah, but then you guys always say it's a million years old when it suits you. But then when it doesn't suit you, it's like, you know, then you go, well, WWE, I mean, look at them in the 90s, you know? So it's like, well, which is it? Like, is the fucking, I don't know, man. It's just good for me, not for thee. But anyways, PPV is very much up. You don't know that, Dave. You don't know that whatsoever. There was a bunch of people confused about Max. You don't know the Amazon numbers. They're not telling you. You don't study Amazon. You don't know shit. The paper is very much up. From what, Dave? From what? Because you were saying at the end of the year there, they were doing 105 or whatever, 110, 115 or whatever the fuck you said to Brian. We covered it on the last show. So up from what? Up from that because your guess about Amazon? And 30%. Oh. What are you talking about? Revenue is very much up. Debatable, man. So revenue's up from when they were doing those fucking super hot houses where they were drawing like 11K and 10K and 8K and 6K houses and shit consistently. And they didn't have Lashley and fucking Monet and Okada and Ospreay both on their roster. They didn't have all them paying them out the fucking wazoo. They didn't have Edge and Bryan yet. And like the money they were bringing in, the houses weren't better when Punk's like, I'm doing $1 million gates. And Tony's bragging about, well, we did $1 million at this Australia show. We barely did $1 million, a little over $1 million and change. Like $1 million, dude. What? You know, no offense, but like, what the fuck, bro? That is not up to snuff here. Like compared to what UFC's doing or boxing's doing at these events or WWE's doing at these events. So he's like $1 million. Okay, so Punk was drawing like 1 million gates, just like going to Chicago and shit. So I just don't get it. Is it up? Oh, the TV deal. Okay, but we just read a thing from Guy Evans' thing, right? Guy Evans' upcoming book, where Warner owed WCW 2.2 million, but WCW owed them 1.9 million. Like, you guys get what I'm saying? And things like that. There was all these other 900,000 over here for this. It's all this shady, weird shit. This is a private company with Warner, mind you. Like, you don't think with Warner, who got fucking had to be like, oh yeah, 9 billion we're missing are gone. That John Cena movie with fucking the Looney Tunes ain't coming out. You know, we got to shelve that or we'll go to prison. You know, we got to pay some taxes. Like, they had to do that with a Batgirl movie, dude. This is the company Tony's like, oh, we're Turner. That's all it is, man. There's got kooky shit going on there too. So Dave is just, there's no proof of anything he's saying, or else they'd come out and flex it. They'd be like, yo, the revenues, like, here's the numbers on this, blah, 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 blah. They'd do all that. If they could, they would. But they can't, so they ain't. You know what And Dave, you got called out by wrestlers. You got called out by Big Trouble, Ben Bishop, friend of the show. You got called out by your boy Phil Marks. You got called out by Zeta Steel. Meltzer said what, everybody. And that's why you got called out by the PWT universe, the Philuminati. We're always watching, always enlightening. And yeah, dude, that's why you fear facts, and that's why you fear flutes. And that was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. So, ladies and gentlemen, you all absolutely ruled ass tonight. Make sure you hit like or subscribe, and make sure you head over to youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. We're at 1,800 subs almost. youtube.com/@prowrestleclips, where you're likely watching the show. We're at like 6,200 subs, man. You guys are fucking goated. Round of applause for late night PWT after hours. Getting spicy. Okay, listen, I love you all. Check out my Daredevil reviews and shit. You know, this is what I just do for fun over here. I have other stuff, cool, funny content you guys will like. That's more me, like freestyle ranting too, not all scripted and video edited stuff, but my edits are fun. And yeah, make sure you check that out as well. Subscribe, pop culture, all that stuff, YouTube drama, all that good shit. Make sure you subscribe to the channels. I have a really fun guest coming onto the pod. I'm going to record with him, and then I'm going to go live and let you all know about it. A very special guest coming on Wednesday to record a pod, and yeah, we're going to talk more about Dave Meltzer a little bit, and I appreciate that so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you all are goated. I hope you had fun. I had so much fun tonight. We started late, but it still ruled ass. We got this guy Boris here saying for £2 saying JD taking off Hog comms for Mercedes match. Oh my god, dude.
You what?
Oh my, yeah, so they fired me. Tony Khan got me fired. Oh, first I was over there with HOG. Now I'm over here now with no JOB. Oh,
The best guy is Tony Khan.
oh my God, that is fucking awesome. I love that so much. Thank you. Listen, I love you all so much. Round of applause for the PETA, for yourselves, man. You were all just such a great audience. Distracted, but great class. This is class. You're teaching a class here. And I love you all. Take care of each other. What do I got? So live shows Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays. I don't know what. I mean, Monday we're gonna watch Raw. Cena's coming back, so you want to be locked into PWT, man. Cena's gonna be there. We're gonna see how he looks. You all take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I love you all, man. I got some cool people coming on the show too, coming up here in 2025, man. So stay locked into PWT, #1 live show. And until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Take care. Drink lots of water, man. It's getting hot out there. You guys got to start making sure you're hydrated, thinking right, focusing right. Take care of each other. See you in the Upside Down. Peace, brother.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears? I'd like to hear the flute. Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.